यस, वो समय आ गया है कि हमारे प्रमुख अतिथि उपस्थित हो गए हैं बाहर। उनके स्वागत की तैयारी चल रही है and all will be inside the auditorium at any moment. Yeah, they are coming. Let's have a huge round of applause for today's chief guest, Shri Tukaram Munde sir, Secretary Divyanga Kalyan. Welcome, sir. So I, Kritika Gandhari, working as a special educator in Ruchiram Thadani High School for Hearing Handicap, Mumbai, the last 33 years, again welcome you all on behalf of the organization committee. We are honored to have such distinguished educators, researchers, and professionals gathered here today, united by a shared commitment to advancing education for deaf community. Yes, we all have gathered here for the inaugural function of NCED International Conference 2026, collaboration with AYJNISD and COCHLEA Pune. It's our proud privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Shri Tukaram Munde Sarji, IAS Secretary, PWD Government of Maharashtra, a distinguished administrator known for his integrity, dedication, and people-centric governance. सर आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप कृपया मंच पर पधारें। मेरा अनुरोध है डॉक्टर सुमन कुमार, डायरेक्टर AYJNISD मुंबई, आपसे भी अनुरोध है कि आप भी कृपया मंच पर पधारें। I also request Dr. Avinash Vachasundar, Chief Managing Trustee, COCHLEA Pune, to come on the dais. I request Dr. Gayatri Ahuja, Reader, HOD, Education, AYJNISD Mumbai. I request Dr. Meera Suresh, President, NCED India. I request Mrs. Shubha Borde, Chairperson, NCED Maharashtra Chapter. And I request Mrs. Shilpi Naran, the current Secretary, NCED. A warm welcome again to all the dignitaries on the dais. Now may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the lightening of the ceremonial lamp.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्वृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभुजीवी देवे सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Now I would like to introduce the dignitaries present. कराना चाहूंगी आज के प्रमुख अतिथि श्री तुकाराम मुंडे सर जी का। श्री तुकाराम मुंडे sir is a 2005 batch Indian Administrative Service Officer of the Maharashtra cadre, presently serving as a Secretary, Divyanga Kalyan Department, Mantralay, Mumbai, where he is actively engaged in strengthening governance and welfare initiatives for persons with disabilities. डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय के पूर्व छात्र रह चुके श्री मुंडे सर ने अपनी बीए और एमए की डिग्री प्राप्त की है और आपने यूपीएससी सिविल सेवा परीक्षा में अखिल भारतीय रैंक 20 हासिल की थी. Widely regarded as a strict disciplinarian and an efficient, transparent, and people-centric administrator, Sri Munde is known for his uncompromising approach to public service and development-oriented governance. Coming from a farming background, his career reflects resilience and commitment to grassroots development. However, his forthright style has often led to differences with political leadership, resulting in frequent transfers across diverse and challenging assignments. He has earlier served in key roles including Development Commissioner, Unorganized Labor, and is widely appreciated for driving administrative reforms and accountability, particularly in social and development sectors. डॉक्टर सुमन कुमार जी से मेरा सविनय अनुरोध है कि आप श्री मुंडे सर जी का स्वागत करें. Thank you, Dr. Kumar sir. पारंपरिक पुणेरी पद्धतीने सरांचं स्वागत झालेलं आहे. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Suman Kumar, Director, AYJNIHD, Mumbai. डॉक्टर सुमन कुमार ऑडियोलॉजी और स्पीच लैंग्वेज पैथोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में एक जाने माने शिक्षाविद, क्लिनिशियन और प्रशासक है और वर्तमान में अलियावर जंग नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ स्पीच एंड हियरिंग डिसेबिलिटीज दिव्यांगजन मुंबई के निदेशक के रूप में कार्यरत है. With over 2 decades of professional experience, he holds a PhD in audiology and speech language pathology, along with postgraduate qualifications in audiology and speech rehabilitation and linguistics. Dr. Kumar has served in diverse academic, clinical, regulatory, and administrative roles across premier institutions in India and abroad, including significant tenures at AYJNISHD, Divyangajan, its regional centers, and the Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. एक कुशल शोधकर्ता के तौर पर उन्होंने कई राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रकाशनों के लेखक और सहलेखक के रूप में काम किया है. पाठ्यपुस्तकों और नीतिगत दस्तावेजों में योगदान दिया है. कई डायरेक्टर और कई डॉक्टरेट और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट शोध प्रबंधों का मार्गदर्शन भी किया है और प्रतिष्ठित शैक्षणिक पुरस्कार भी आपने प्राप्त किए हैं. His contributions to curriculum development, inclusive education, disability policies, professional regulation, and capacity building have had a lasting impact on the field of rehabilitation sciences in India. I request Dr. Meera Suresh to welcome Dr. Suman Kumar. थैंक यू डॉक्टर मीरा सुरेश। अब मैं परिचय देना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर वाचा सुंदर जी का। डॉक्टर अविनाश माधव वाचा सुंदर is a distinguished otolaryngologist, visionary clinician, and social reformer with over 4 decades of exemplary medical practice in Pune. An alumnus of BJ Medical College, Pune, and a recipient of advanced cochlear implant training from the House of Ear Institute, California, USA. He is among the pioneering surgeons in the region to have successfully performed over 300 cochlear implant surgeries. जल्दी इलाज और समावेश पुनर्वास के पक्के समर्थक डॉक्टर वाचा सुंदर कॉकलिया पुणे फॉर हियरिंग एंड स्पीच के संस्थापक और मुख्य प्रबंध ट्रस्टी है। यह एक ऐसा संस्थान है जिसने 500 से ज्यादा बच्चों को सामान्य शिक्षा में शामिल करके उनकी जिंदगी बदल दी है। His professional eminence is matched by the policy level contributions as a member of advisory and governing bodies under the Government of India, the Government of Maharashtra, and AYJNISD दिव्यांगजन। आपकी मानवीय सेवा और शैक्षिक योगदान के लिए व्यापक रूप में सम्मानित डॉक्टर वाचा सुंदर जी का जीवन कार्य क्लिनिकल उत्कृष्टता, संस्थागत नेतृत्व और अटूट सामाजिक प्रतिबद्धता का एक स्थायी संगम दिखाई देता है। मैं अनुरोध करती हूँ मिसेस शिल्पा नारंग जी से कि वे डॉक्टर वाचा सुंदर जी का स्वागत करें। थैंक यू मिसेस नारंग। अगली मान्यवर है डॉक्टर गायत्री आहूजा। Dr. Gayatri Ahuja is a distinguished academician with over 2 decades of specialized expertise in the education and rehabilitation of children with hearing differences and deaf blindness. She serves as head Department of Education at the AYJNISD Divyangjan, Mumbai, under the MSJ Government of India, holding 4 master's degrees and a PhD in special education and rehabilitation. She is a university-recognized research guide and a significant contributor to curriculum architecture, academic governance, and professional capacity building initiatives nationwide. Her scholarly pursuits span inclusive education, disability legislation, linguistics in deaf education, deaf blindness, and military psychology. An accomplished author and international presenter, Dr. Gayatri has recently served as assistant editor of the Spinger Paddles 2025 Open Access Paragraph Handbook of Decolonizing the Educational and Language Sciences with 1 chapter to her credit. She has conducted numerous CRE programs, parent training initiatives, and advocacy-oriented programs across the country, and currently serves as the coordinator of the CRE program of NCED Maharashtra Chapter 2026. I request Mrs. Shilpi Naranji to welcome Dr. Ahuja. Shukriya, Mrs. Narang. Now, the next dignitary I would like to introduce is Dr. Meera Suresh. Dr. Meera Suresh is the Honorary Vice Principal of Bal Vidyalaya, the School for Young Deaf Children, and the Institute for Teachers Training. She has been working in this field for the past 31 years. She has presented papers in international and national seminars, including the A.G. Bell Symposium in LA, US, cross-learning symposiums conducted by Gupta Family Foundation, US, and international conference conducted by CGHH, Coalition of Global Hearing Health, US. She has co-authored the manuals for the Diploma in Early Childhood Special Education Hearing Impairment, which is a training program recognized by a Rehabilitation Council of India. She has helped establish early intervention centers across India and Sri Lanka. Her PhD in Madras University resulted in naming the methodology Dhwani and the formulation of Dhwani assessment cards. She has been involved in formulating the Dhwani teaching learning material kit and Dhwani methodology series. This year, she is the president of NCED and is heading the council for a 3-year term. I request Mrs. Shubhita Bhule to welcome Dr. Meera Suresh. Thank you, Mrs. Bude. Now the dignitary I am going to introduce is Mrs. Shubhita Bude, popularly known as Amita. Her qualifications are BSc, B.Ed.HI, B.Ed.HI, 3-month certificate course from Institute Voor Doven, Netherlands in 1991, auditory verbal therapy course by COCHLEA. Her work experience is from 1979 to 2007 as a senior language teacher at the Central School for the Deaf. From 1991 to 1998, lecturer for Diploma HI at CITD. 2007 to 2011, she worked as a principal and language teacher. She is also an auditory verbal therapist for babies and toddlers with cochlear implants at the Maitri Center of the Central School for the Deaf. From 2007 till the date, she is successfully handling the responsibilities of director and language teacher at the Central Society for the Education of the Deaf. She is also a special therapist for LD, ADHD, slow learners at SRCC Case Therapy Center since 2017. She has received many rewards, but the prominent reward which she deserves the most, I think, is Best Teacher Award, Best Special Educator Award. And the feather on the cap is Lifetime Achievement Award, which she received in NCED. Many articles has been written. A few of them are Treasury of Ideas for IDCS, Projects and Activities for Maximum Confluence, written musical plays on the Earth and Sun, Mumbai Darshan, Equality for All, the Internal Organs Debate for Standard 4, which have won an award for Create Academy. Started a newspaper, Kill Bill, in English and Marathi for CWHI and parents of the Central School for the Deaf. I request Dr. Meera Suresh to welcome Mrs. Shubhita Bude. Thank you, Dr. Meera Suresh. Now I would like to introduce Mrs. Shilpi Narang. Mrs. Shilpi Narang is the current secretary of NCED and a seasoned professional with over 2 decades of experience in the field of oral haptition, She has been closely associated with the Government of India as a resource person for the cochlear implant program since its inception under the EDIP scheme, contributing significantly to policy implementations and service delivery. Mrs. Narang presently serves as the editor of the World Health Organization newspaper on hearing and is also an honorary lecturer at the Institute of Rehabilitation, GBD. She has presented her work at several national and international conferences. In addition to her academic and professional engagements, she has actively contributed to capacity building of professionals, parent counseling, and development of evidence based intervention strategies. Her work continues to influence best practices, advocacy, and policy dialogue in the field of hearing impairment and inclusive rehabilitation. डॉक्टर आहूजा जी से अनुरोध है कि वे सुश्री शिल्पा नारंग जी का स्वागत करें। शिल्पी नारंग जी, सॉरी। थैंक यू डॉक्टर आहूजा। अच्छा, अभी तक हमने मंच पर उपस्थित मान्यवरों के बारे में सुना। अब समय है कि अब हम उनसे सुनेंगे। सो आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर आहूजा, रीडर एंड HOD, Education Department, AYJNISHD, for welcome address and conference overview. Over to Dr. Ahuja.
Respected Chief Guest, Shri Tukaram Munde Sir, respected Dr. Suman Kumar Sir, Director AYJNISHD Mumbai, respected Vacha Sundar Sir, Office Bearers of NCED India, NCED Maharashtra Chapter, esteemed representatives of COCHLEA Pune, distinguished academicians, researchers, rehabilitation professionals, participants, and my dear students, a very warm good morning to one and all. It is indeed a privilege and a great pride for me to welcome you all to the NCED India International Conference organized by NCED Maharashtra Chapter in collaboration with AYJNISHD and COCHLEA Pune. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to strengthening the inclusive education through research, policy, dialogue, and professional collaboration. I extend my respectfully gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Tukaram Munde Sir, whose distinguished administrative leadership, integrity, and commitment to public accountability lent exceptional significance to this conference. His presence reinforces the message that inclusive education is not merely an academic concern, but a matter of governance, constitutional responsibility, and social justice. I also place on record my sincere appreciation to my director, Dr. Suman Kumar Sir, whose visionary leadership and academic guidance have consistently strengthened institutional initiatives at AYJNISHD and enabled this meaningful collaboration. I warmly acknowledge the leadership of NCED India and NCED Maharashtra, whose sustained and collective efforts over the decades have provided self-established professional platform for educators of the deaf across the country. I further extend my sincere thanks to Vacha Sundar Sir for his continued support, academic collaboration, and valuable contribution to this conference. Allow me to briefly encapsulate the institutional journey of NCED India and its Maharashtra chapter. Established in 1935 as a convention of teachers of the deaf, CTDI, and formally registered as NCED India in 1995. The organization has, over the decades, served as a national fulcrum for professional advancement, research dissemination, and advocacy in deaf education. Its head office is at AYJNISD Mumbai. The Maharashtra chapter, whose formative efforts began in 1994 and were institutionally consolidated in 2004, has emerged as one of the most dynamic chapters of NCED India. It has hosted three national conferences: Mumbai, Nagpur, Nasik, and now in Pune 2026, its first international conference of Maharashtra. Hats off to NCED Maharashtra. Thank you. NCED India has since 2016 strategically advanced towards international engagement, and the conference stands as a defining milestone in that evolutionary trajectory. The conference theme, Inclusive Education Through Disability, Perspective and Research, is timely and significant. Over the next 3 days, we will engage in meaningful deliberations on research, cross-disability approach, evidence-based practices, and our shared responsibilities under RPWD Act and National Education Policy. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank our collaborators, our teachers, our researchers, professionals, and most importantly, our dear students, whose enthusiasm and commitment remind us that why inclusive education truly matters. I am confident that the deliberation of this conference will enrich our professional understanding and translate into stronger, more inclusive, and legally grounded educational practices across the country. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all and wish the conference every success. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Anuja, for your valuable inputs. Really hats off to NCD because it's not only organizing national seminars or speakers, but we are having international speakers also, जिससे हमें भारत के बाहर क्या चल रहा है इसकी भी जानकारी प्राप्त होती है. So now I feel honored to invite my guru, Mrs. Shubhda Bulde, to address the gathering and share her esteemed thoughts and guidance.
Thank you, Gurutika. Good morning, Pune, and all those who have come from different parts of India and abroad. Welcome. It's my pleasure on behalf of NCED India Maharashtra chapter to welcome such distinguished personalities here on the dais. We are highly honored that we have Shri Tukaram Mundeji sir, Dr. Suman Kumar and Dr. Vacha Sundar, along with the NCD committee members, the president and the secretary and the other members down there, and our NCD Maharashtra chapter members. We also welcome the special educators, persons with deafness presenting papers this time, helping with organizing the conference, and students, and above all, the keynote speakers from USA, from Sweden and Singapore, and from all around India. Maharashtra chapter has held conferences, as Gayatri ma'am just told you, in 1994 and 2004 in Mumbai, 2009 in Nagpur, 2014 in Nasik, and this international conference now in Pune. We have also conducted 10 CREs in remote areas of Maharashtra from April 15 to 30th and 10th to 15 June in that period during 2015 to 2017. We are gathered here today to explore groundbreaking ideas and best practices in an area that demand our utmost compassion and ingenuity in special education. The work done every day is nothing short of transformation. It is not just teaching a curriculum, but fostering potential, building confidence, and ensuring that every child, regardless of their needs, has an opportunity to thrive. This conference aims to provide a platform for learning, innovation, and collaboration. We encourage each of you to participate actively, connect with your peers, and gain valuable perspectives, and implement the ideas, the techniques that you will take back home, which will shape the future of our students. We expect that this next conference, there will be papers showing results after implementing the new ideas and strategies noted from the past conferences and the present conference. Let us use this time together to reaffirm our commitment to a future where every educational environment is truly inclusive and every child's potential is recognized and nurtured. I pledge to make full use of my skills. This is a pledge I want all the teachers to take. You can say it in your mind along with me. I pledge to make full use of my skills and talents in order to offer the best instruction of which I am capable. Thank you.
Thank you, Amita Bai. It's always been a pleasure to hear you. We, on behalf of all of us, I can't promise, but we will try to keep your word that इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमने जो भी सीखा वो नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस तक आपको एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होता हुआ दिखाई देगा, इसकी कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे। इसके बाद मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर अविनाश वाचा सुंदर जी को, चीफ मैनेजिंग ट्रस्टी कॉकलिया पुणे, टू स्पीक एंड गाइड अस विद हिज वैल्यूएबल इनसाइट्स। डॉक्टर वाचा सुंदर।
मंचासीन सभी मान्यवर और मंच के नीचे सभागृह में उपस्थित सब एनसीडी के उम्मीदवार और डेक्कन एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के अध्यक्ष माननीय अभयजी रावत, उपाध्यक्ष माननीय पालंदे सर, मैं आप सबका कोकलिया की तरफ से और एनसीडी की तरफ से स्वागत करता हूं। ये बड़ी बहुत सौभाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि हम पुणे में एकत्रित आ रहे हैं। मैं थोड़ा सा 1-2 मिनट लूंगा पुणे के बारे में बोलने में। वी आर कमिंग टू द सिटी विच इज वेरी मच हैव द प्रिविलेज ऑफ शिवाजी महाराज। यू नो, शिवाजी महाराज का बचपन यहाँ से गुजर गया। उनको जिजाऊ माँ ने यहाँ उनको सिखाया। सो सिखाना आपका धर्म है, तो जिजाऊ माँ ने उनको यहाँ सिखाया। और वैसे ही बाजीराव पेशवा, जिसका इतिहास ऐसा है कि एक भी लड़ाई उसने हारी नहीं। ही बिलोंग्स टू पुणे, उनका राजधानी पुणे था। वैसे पुणे में हम अपना कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, बहुत सौभाग्यपूर्ण बात है। दूसरी बात में जो जिनका अभी जिक्र किया, वो जो डेक्कन एजुकेशन सोसाइटी के पदाधिकारी है, जब यहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस करने का तय हुआ तो कहाँ करने का, तो मुझे फर्ग्यूसन कॉलेज की जगह से और बड़ी जगह कहीं मिली नहीं। So I am really thankful. Why this is great? Because you will be quite surprised. लोकमान्य तिलक, महात्मा गांधी के गुरु गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले, अगरकर, चिपळूणकर, ये सब लोगों की ये संस्था है। वो सब इसके लाइफ मेंबर्स थे और इसी वास्तु में हम हमारा ये कर रहे हैं। जो एजुकेशन संस्था बहुत पुराने स्वातंत्र के पहले से है, ये बहुत आनंद की बात है। मुझे बहुत बड़ा गर्व है कि ऐसे वास्तु में हम काम कर रहे हैं। नॉट ओनली दैट, थैंक यू वेरी मच। सो एक थोड़ा सा ताली थोड़ी सी हो ही गई है, तो मैं बोलूंगा, एक घोषणा दूंगा। मैं बोलूंगा जय शिवाजी, आपने बोलने का जय भवानी। जय शिवाजी, जय शिवाजी, जय शिवाजी। वेरी गुड। नॉट लास्ट बट नॉट लॉस्ट, वी आर इन द प्लेस वेयर ज्ञानेश्वर माऊली, तुकाराम महाराज, ये संत मांदियाड़ी जहां से पैदा हुई, जहां उन्होंने सब लोगों को सिखाया। तुकाराम महाराज को अपना देश का नाम भी तुकाराम है, जगत गुरु बोलते हैं, ये बहुत आनंददायक बात है। ये सब होने के बाद मुझे ये बोलना जरूर पड़ेगा कि एनसीडी और मेरा क्या वास्ता है। In 1997, I went to USA to learn cochlear implant surgery. After going to learn there as implant surgery, I came to understand it is surgery is only iceberg. 7-8 नीचे है, शायद 8-9 नीचे है जो एजुकेशन है, और वो एजुकेशन के बारे में हम बहुत कच्चे उस समय थे, अभी भी उसमें ज्यादा फर्क हुआ है ऐसा मुझे महसूस नहीं हुआ। तो वहां आने के बाद मैंने ये संगठन चालू किया, कॉकलिया नाम के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में रक्षा जी और मैंने वो चालू किया, और वहाँ टीचर्स बनाना, अभी भी ऐसी परिस्थिति है कि 70-80% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन कम्स फ्रॉम रूरल एरिया। आपको एक मिसाल की तरफ से बात बोलता हूँ, वी हैव a project of ICMR to have rural mainstreaming of the deaf babies, and we went to a very near place down, which is 70 kilometers from this place, and to our great surprise there was not a single educator at that place where we can conduct. We have to go along with 2 teachers from this place only. So the things are not changed. But we have now started this early detection, early intervention center, about 10 centers in our rural area. And I was just talking, we have got such a great personality with us, our chief guest. When he was sitting by my side, he only highlighted how he is going to implement early detection, early intervention, and all these things. I just requested him that we have got a lot of special schools. Instead of that, we should have got preschools. That should be the need of the time. And in that preschools, there should be teachers. Everywhere by law they have made compulsory, but we don't find teachers. So the need of the time is that we should have got preschooling, number 1, and number 2, manpower. I'm sure that this gathering will help that, and our chief guest will definitely look into the matter. He has already told me that, and that will be the thing. For NCD teachers, I have to tell you only one story, and I'm going to stop because I'm a little bit beyond my time. There was one IAS officer went to Nanaji Deshmukh, who was a parliamentarian and he was a social worker, and he was a great educationist. And in front of him, he put forward, this IAS officer put forward his whole plan of educational activities. So he took the appointment and he went there. Nanaji Deshmukh just saw it and kept it aside. Second time he told me, this is my plan, and again he kept aside. So lastly he said, I have taken your time, I have come to consult you about this educational activity, and you're not looking towards this. All this is going to be building plan, manpower, human resources, and all these things are put into that. You're not guiding me on this. He said, okay, I have seen that. Your heart is not looking into that. Your heart should be in that. So my sincere request to all the teachers is that your heart should be in your teaching. You should be affiliated to your students. You are changing the lives of the students, and you should get involved into that accordingly. That's what I sincerely request. I think 3 days deliberations will give you value accordingly. I'm really thankful to giving this time. कॉकलिया को सौभाग्य मिला, ये मेरे बहुत आनंद की बात है। मेरी टीम, रक्षा जी और बाकी सबकी टीम बहुत आनंद से आपका सब ये मेहमानशिप जिसे बोलते हैं, मेहमानी, वो कर रहे हैं। आप जो कुछ है वो संभाल के लेने का। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर भाषा सुंदर। मराठी में कहावत है, पुणे तिथे काय उडे, राइट? सो दोज हू आर फ्रॉम पुणे विल डेफिनेटली अंडरस्टँड माय फीलिंग्स. आणि ज्या वास्तूमध्ये स्वातंत्र्य सैनिक, जहाल मतवादी टिळक, लोकमान्य टिळक, गोखले, चिपळूणकर यांनी जिथे शिकलेले आहे, त्यांची पायरुळ जिथे लागलेली आहे, त्या वास्तूमध्ये आज आपण आहोत, तर गुण नाही तर वाण नक्कीच लागेल आपल्याला, याची मला खात्री आहे. सो इस सबका जिस्ट ये है कि पुणे नेवर लैग बिहाइंड इन एनी मैटर, इन एनीथिंग. सो my next, I would like to invite Dr. Meera Suresh, President NCED India, to share her experience and guide the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Shri Tukram Mundi, IAS Secretary, PWD Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Suman Kumar, Director, AYJNISD Mumbai, Dr. Avinash Vajasundar, Chief Managing Trustee, COCHLEA Pune, keynote speakers, delegates of the conference, educators of the deaf, guests, friends, office bearers of NCED Maharashtra chapter and NCED India. It gives me a great privilege to stand before you during this inauguration and address you all. I'm sure all of us are looking forward to the address of each of the dignitaries on the stage here during the inaugural. Each year, the NCD conference brings all of us together. We meet, it's a golden opportunity. We meet our friends, make new ones, exchange methodologies, new techniques, trends in the field of education. I'm sure the next 3 days are going to be exhilarating. We have many stalwarts in the field who are going to share their expertise. This conference is going to be a forum for us to listen to the speaker, ask questions, and get our doubts clarified. We need to understand what we are talking about. This learning platform will be throwing light and kindle our thoughts so that we can take home with us new ideas that we can try in our respective institutions. Let us have a wonderful 3-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. We are really eager to learn, absorb the new ideas which we are going to learn during this conference. Now I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Suman Kumar, Director, AYJNISD Mumbai, to share his wisdom and guide us on this occasion.
Good morning, everybody. Respected chief guests, dignitaries on the dais, esteemed delegates, NCD officials of Maharashtra and Central NCD, colleague from our National Institute and partner organization, and CMD of COCHLEA Pune. I, on behalf of AYJNISHD National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disability, welcome you all to this NCD International Conference. As Vajasundar sir has already deliberated about the importance of this place, and this is also known as Shiksha ki Bhumi. So kindly correct me if I'm wrong. आपने तो बहुत अच्छा दे दिया इसका विस्तार से वर्णन सर. और हमने इसको जब शुरू किया था तो हमारे थोड़ी कुछ कठिनाइयाँ थी, कुछ हिकअप्स थे हमारे, but that was solved by our chief guest, and I'm very honored to have sir you here as a chief guest, and we'll have a lot of things to hear from you, sir, in the area of disability and education, especially the initiative which sir will be taking. So this conference has been planned, I think, is a meticulous work for last 6 months, which has been coordinated by my colleague Dr. Gayatri Ahuja and NCED Maharashtra and NCED India. And finally, we are here with 3 days of educational extravaganza, which will be deliberated by our distinguished speakers. The policies which are being made gives us directions, and its true impact is realized only through the effective implementation on the ground. There are instances where policies, act, regulations are made, but its implementation becomes an issue, and because of that, the outcome also becomes unrealistic, or we do not meet the expected outcome, and which makes us think again where we have gone wrong. And that's how the question of audit comes into picture. So we need to audit the activities and actions, what we are doing based on the policies which we have implemented. We have moved from 1 year to 2 years to now 4 years programs, and with the national education policies, we have many things to address, and I think this year is going to be a year for evaluating its implementation and how we can move forward. So I think this conference will give us insight about what best can be done in the area of education, especially for children with hearing impairment. Though we have speakers from other disciplines also who would be deliberating upon these issues. Especially the institutions like ours have been continuously working towards capacity building, human resources development, early identification and intervention, rehabilitation, and our collaboration with NCD and other stakeholders reflect our shared commitment to bridging gaps in research as well as practices. So I hope these 3 days conference will be providing us a research initiative which we can take in line with what is happening in our neighboring country and other areas. And I am confident that this deliberation will provide us actionable point to move forward, not only to confine into these 3 days and have a roadmap for future implementation and guidance. Even our suggestions will be submitted to the authorities who can take these forwards in implementation and considering them into the policies for better habilitation and rehabilitation of person with disability. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
थैंक यू सर। आपने उचित कहा कि इस कार्यक्रम के इनागुरल फंक्शन पे जब माननीय श्री तुकाराम मुंडे सर जी आ सकते हैं या आए हैं, इसका मतलब वी आर ऑन राइट पाथ, वी आर ऑन द राइट ट्रैक। और ये हमारा कोशिश हमेशा रहेगा कि नए नए कल्पनाएं और रिसर्चेस हम सबको प्रेजेंट कर सके। और अब तक जिन्हें सुनने के लिए हम उत्सुक थे, आज के सम्मानीय प्रमुख अतिथि IAS ऑफिसर, सचिव, दिव्यांग कल्याण विभाग, महाराष्ट्र शासन, आदरणीय श्री तुकाराम मुंडे सर जी। Sir, it gives me immense pleasure to cordially invite you. We are very eager to hear you. Sir.
First of all, thank you for calling me to this one of the most important conferences on one of the most neglected areas on which you are working. Dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues, special teachers, educators, and researchers. What a coincidence! We are in the 10th year of RPWD Act 2016, and we are here to deliberate upon inclusive education from the perspectives of disabilities and researchers. If you really look back at these 10 years, or before that since 95, when the welfare legislation was enacted in India, which was transformed into right-based legislation in 2016, but has there been desired result in the last 10 years since the entitles the right of persons with disabilities was enacted? Except islands of excellence, I don't really see the intent of Act has really been realized. And the intent of the Act is to provide PWDs or the Divyangajans the empowered life which will lead to life with dignity. Today also, there is a discrimination amongst us with the persons with disability, either knowingly or unknowingly. And it begins at home, the community, then extends to society, and it becomes a practice for us. So if you ask me honestly, has the Act made a difference to lives of these people? My answer is very partly successful. And who is responsible for this? All the stakeholders. All the stakeholders, including us who are sitting here, including me, including the institutions, and particularly so, we are not been able to inculcate this habit of inclusiveness in society and at home. Our approach begins at home. And unless and until we make families inclusive and compliant with the needs of persons with disability, I don't think we can really achieve the goal of really inclusive society. And that's what this conference should focus about. When we say inclusive education, we should just not focus on the students who are enrolled in a particular institute, whether in a special school or a normal school. And Maharashtra is one of the states where highest number of special schools exist. It is pioneer, it was needed at one point in time. But today we have to wonder, has it become a means or has it become end in itself? Because every now and then we have schools, special teachers, therapists. Are they providing what they are supposed to do? Are we monitoring their outcomes rather than just inputs and outputs? And are we really changing the law into action at ground level, at cutting edge level? That's the more question we have to ask ourselves. Whether researchers, academicians, institutions, practitioners, educators or therapists, or government. All of us need to work together, collaborate together, to work in the area of really empowering these persons for living life with dignity. And when I say life with dignity, it means there will not be absolutely any type of discrimination, whether in social, cultural, educational, political, employment, self-employment, or whatever field you want to say, in all the areas. I joined this department almost 5 months back in the month of August. By that standard, I am the youngest member of this family. But on the other hand, I have experience of dealing with persons with disability. I happen to be a sibling of a disability person. My brother is a disabled person. He had a polio, he walks with crutches, but he is assistant professor in the University of Pune. Not by taking any reservation, not by having anything, by clarifying all the eligibility, SET, NET, PhD, everything in public administration. He leads life with dignity. But I have seen what a person with disability goes through. There were no vehicles, there were no wheelchairs to go to the school. We started at the age of 6 around, because he could not go to the school. He had to go 1 year later. He was admitted 1 year later to the school, so that somebody, he should be able to walk. To begin with, we used to carry him on our bodies, either mother or father or me or someone. Then we had a carpenter in our village. Every village has a carpenter. So we got those crutches done from carpenter. Then he started walking, practicing. With those crutches, he started walking to the school. Before that, he was walking on the hands and knees, crawling, what we call. That's how we used to play. And once he started with crutches, he started going to the school. I used to carry the books to and fro. And this journey continued till almost his education. Only difference was during graduation, I was carrying on scooter. That was the only difference. Otherwise, there was no difference. When he was going to the school, I was going to the school in the Jilla Parishad in my village. Then with the help of my elder brother, we shifted to Aurangabad, now Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. There we graduated from the same college. Then he continued his post-graduation. I chose the path of civil services. He became lecturer, and now he is assistant professor in the University of Pune. Now, why I am sharing this story is not to say what I have done or my great brother has done. I am sharing this story because the life of a person with disability is really challenging. The problem with us, including family, society, policymakers, policy implementers, we look them with sympathy, and that's where we go wrong. We don't need to go look them with sympathy. What we need, don't even need a empathy also. What we need is a compassion. We should provide them opportunities to realize their potential. They are no way lesser to you and me. They are no way lacking any abilities. What they are lacking is opportunity and empowerment. We as policymakers, as practitioners, as members of society and community must help them by empowering them. What type of empowerment we are talking about? The most important is education, rehabilitation, health, employment, to name the few. There are many, we can go on. But today we are talking about education. And when we speak about education, we want to discriminate by providing them separate schools. Special schools will be required, but they should be minimum, where they cannot be mainstreamed. However, if it has become a norm to go for special school, I think that's either misinterpretation of the act and intent of the legislation, or we are neglecting the mandate, not only of the 2016 Act, but the constitutional mandate in itself. Constitution is very clear. Look at the vision. One of my idols, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, who laid down those provisions of right to equality, which is a fundamental right under Article 14, non-discrimination under Article 15, right to life under Article 21, with expanded interpretation by the Supreme Court, right to dignified life. Along with that, Constitution casts responsibility on the state under Article 41 to provide facilities for empowerment of persons with disability to lead life with dignity. So by not abiding by the constitutional provisions and the Act in its true spirit, we are actually violators of the Constitution and the law. Knowingly or unknowingly. By just making laws, by creating rules, starting special schools, or saying that we want to mainstream the education, we are not completely looking at the whole picture. And the whole picture is life cycle approach of an individual, right from birth to death. Are we adopting that approach? That's the issue. This component is about education, particularly inclusive education. RPW Act, Section 16, 17, we can go to 33, 34, all those we can say means for mainstreaming education. Are we really mainstreaming it? Today also we have special schools for physically challenged, or what we call locomotive disabilities. Is it needed? That's the question we should ask. But at the same time, what is needed is empowering them so that they can be mainstream not only education but in society. So are we able to mainstream these students in the school at the age of 6 in a normal school? Because we don't give them special treatment from 0 to 6. And then we want to give so-called special treatment in a special school, compartmentalizing it. not giving all the requisite skills, not providing them all the requisite skills, which will really empower them. They can become part and parcel of our society, part and parcel of family, as an equal member of this society. We lack that. And what you lack is compassion. We may say, oh, that's bad. The moment we say that's bad or that's sad, it means we are wrong. We are treading the wrong path. This conference must definitely deliberate upon what inclusiveness really means. Inclusive does not necessarily only mean that he should be in main school or regular school. Inclusiveness means he should have equal opportunity to learn whatever curricular, extracurricular, co-curricular activities of his age or her age are there. So that still today, the approach of integration we are adopting. Inclusiveness we are not doing it. Integration was expected as per 95 Act. They will be integrated in main schools. So when we integrate, means they have to adjust to what is existing system. And when we say we have to inclusive education or inclusive health system or inclusive skilling or employment opportunity, what it means is system will have to change itself to empower person with disability to avail it. If you are talking about education per se, it means education institutions, education infrastructure, curricular, co-curricular activities, teachers, management, parents, government, all the stakeholders will have to create a system by which that disabled person is able to learn and learn meaningfully, not for the purpose of passively. Today also, we have examination from visually impaired and blind people. So we provide them scribes. Is it not a discrimination? Are we not preventing them from really using technology? If they cannot write with pen, they can definitely use IT, information technology. They can use computers. They can write exams with that. Some of the boards we have, I think CBSE has it, but Maharashtra does not have it. We provide scribes to competitive examination. Why can't we use technology? We are talking about a fourth industrial revolution where AI and ML is galore. Everybody uses mobile and information technology, but for education, but for disabled persons. Why? We have thought ourselves that's a limitation. That's a limitation thought by us. It's actually not a limitation. Are we talking about assistive technology in education? When we say assistive technology, we talk of only hearing aid or appliances, nothing more than that. That is the problem. Assistive technology should enable a person to achieve what he or she wants, not limit it. So why can't we use these tools which are available in the world? It's just not available in a particular area. And I know countries across the world where they have adopted policies to reduce special schools. Singapore, for example, or Europe, for example, for that matter, Scandinavian countries, if you really look at one of the best models across the world is Scandinavian countries. Look at their transport, look at their schooling for disabled. They have the priority. Our act also provides for priority, not only equal opportunity, but first priority. But practicing we are not doing. Why that? Because systems are not designed for helping these people to achieve their goal. So what we need to do and deliberate upon these topics in conferences like this, national institutes like NCED, and across the world, and experts, what you need to do is research on this and bring design thinking in the field of disabilities, not default thinking. Today we are in the mode of default thinking in the sector of disability. We talk of Department of Persons with Disabilities, And my department today in Maharashtra is called Divyanga Kalyan Vibhag. That was appropriate for 95 Act. Is it appropriate today? No. We are in the final stages of getting it changed. We are changing the name, making it Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, because that's what the mandate is. Not only that, nomenclature vision also we have adopted using new. Anybody can go on my website and check what vision we have got. Till today, we are focusing mostly on special schools, and my department, my commissionerate, my district offices were doing the same. We have created in last 4-5 months 10 verticals on which we have to work, including education, including skill development, including health, including rehabilitation, including employment, self-employment. All these skills we are getting, we started working on it. What I expect is the same thing from special teachers. I expect same thing from the institutions, and particularly research in assistive technologies which can transform this sector, not an individual, not a disability. Transform this sector. We need to adopt sectoral approach. We are very much silos, very much in silos. We talk about disability, non-disability. In disability also we discriminate. There are silos. Different silos. Intellectual disability, intellectual, different disabilities. Yes, I understand their needs will be different, their challenges will be different. But at one level, there are certain common challenges which we should address commonly. It means the system should be designed in such a way that they are able to avail those opportunities and lead life with dignity, whether in education, whether in schooling, whether in health sector, whether in employment. Now, as I said, Maharashtra is one of the progressive states where they have been leading reforms across sectors, across areas. Maharashtra has also not lacked in this sector as well. Maharashtra is one of the very few states which has actually implemented policies with 4% reservations. There is a 4% promotion available in government sector. Along with that, we have developed 5% fund of local bodies for disabilities. They are using it. Latest 1% fund has been reserved in DPCS also. So these revenue streams are being created so that there is no lack of funds. And today also I say there is no lack of funds. What is lack of vision is the challenge for us. Lack of design thinking is the challenge. Lack of collaboration is the challenge. And lack of systems is the challenge. That's where your research should come in. And when I say research, not only in assistive technologies for a particular cause, but assistive technologies to transform disability as a sector. Whether it's a hearing disability, whether it's a visual disability, whether it's intellectual. And one of the key areas where all of us need to work is early identification and early intervention. That's where we are not lacking. We are focusing from 6 to 18. We are not focusing 0 to 6, not focusing 18 and above. It's as if the life of empowering a person with disability is only this much 12 years of his life, 6 to 18, which is ridiculous. The Act provides for compulsory and free education up to 18 years, as against Right to Education Act up to 14 years. That's basically because there will be challenges within these people so that they can learn freely up to 18. But there are policies beyond that. During graduation also, in Maharashtra, for example, we reimburse full fees for whatever courses they want to have. All full fees we reimburse. But that's not something what I'm talking about. That exists. What I'm talking about is, are the colleges accessible? Are the schools accessible? Is the curricular activities accessible? That's not. Is the curriculum designed in such a way that there is a learning not only of a child but also parents? In Maharashtra, we have been implementing this Disha Abhiyan by particular persons with intellectual disabilities, students with. Now I have made it mandatory. A few days back, I issued a GI saying this is mandatory for all those mental ID schools. One of the components is IEP and ITP. So whenever I interact with some of the teachers or institutions, I ask what is IEP, what is ITP. Some of them are able to tell IEP, but what exactly constitutes IEP, they are unable to tell. When I say what is ITP, they are unable to tell. And if we work in IEP and ITP parallelly, that again is a problem. Because IEP and ITP, therapy and education, how to go together? That's where challenges, collaboration, and I say, whether it's a technology collaboration, whether it's a system collaboration, or whether it's a family community collaboration, or society government collaboration. We have to work together so that our paths do not cross each other, or they just don't run parallel to each other. They have to work together, then and then we can empower a person from life cycle perspective, not just a particular age, not just a particular activity, not just a particular assistance. That's where I would urge you people to look at research, theorize it, iterate it, and making the SOP so that people like us in government can implement it. What we need is expertise to come together. Today, unfortunately, what has happened is there are multiple institutions in Maharashtra. Say, almost have more than 1,000 institutions or NGOs registered with government of Maharashtra in the sector of PWDs. More than 1,000. And in this, mostly those are education, some are skill, what we call Karma Shala. I still don't understand what we call Karma Shala. We are changing that also. We are saying the skill and entrepreneurship sector, we have changed. It will come in few days' time. And we spend almost 1,100 crore per year on this sector. And how many students? You will be stunned to know these special schools and so-called Karma Shalas, we have around 38,000 students. Please understand the number. 1,100 crores for 38,000 students. Are we spending really for what it is meant? And there are more than 2.5 lakh students, PWDs, who are in regular schools. And how much you are paying them? 100 rupees per month is the scholarship. Somebody had to apply his or her mind. We are applying. In few days, we will change a lot of changes, including the scholarship. We are increasing it. What I want to say is, special schools or special education is not a goal. It is just a means. Our actual goal is mainstreaming. That's what mandate of Constitution is. And 2016 Act amplifies it. That's what 2016 Act does. So every school, whenever I go, I say, how many students you have mainstreamed? No, they are not ready. If the special school is not able to make ready the student to go to mainstream school, it means they have failed in the mandate itself. It means the teachers, the management of the school, special teachers, therapists, everybody has failed who you are sitting here. Right? It may not be your individual failure. It's a systemic failure. It's an institutional failure. It is equally my failure because I am not able to translate intent of legislation into action. So what is to be done? And that's where technology comes in. That's where transparency can be taken. We have always a tendency to escape accountability. And one of my basic principles is to work on accountability. In governance, we cannot get any results without accountability. So we have started building in accountability, fixing the accountability, fixing the responsibility. Some actions have been taken, others will be taken, whether it's an institution, whether it's my officer, whether it's myself, my department, whether it's NGO or anybody working in this sector. One of the first misgivings I had to do away with was that any NGO who wants grant from the government needs to register with us. No other NGO or institution is needed to register with us. Whereas the Act clearly says that any institution, whether they take grant from the government or not, they have to register with Commissioner of State PWD, persons with disabilities. Rationale is whether those institutions are actually abiding by the law, that is RPWD Act and rules made for empowering the persons with disabilities. Whether the institution is accessible, the instruments are there, the pedagogy is proper or not, whether the services provided are properly or not as per the Act. That is what it is meant for. And that's how those working in this sector, they have been given exemption. CSR funds flow them, income tax exemptions are there. These facilities are provided not for the institutions, but for the persons with disabilities. Do those funds, do those facilities really reach the PWDs? If they reach, are they really empowered? If a particular student is in an institution, say for example 3 to 6 years, after these 3 years, has he or she been able to lead life without your support, what we call activity for daily lives, ADL, what we call it? Are they able to do that? If not, then what exactly we have used these funds for? What exactly that institution meant for? And one of the objectives would be, yes, we are there for you. But the question is, are we really for them? On paper we may be, what we need to do in reality. So that's what I said, incremental time for incremental change has gone, time for transformation has come. And this transformation has to begin with you as an individual, as a family, as a community, as an institution, as a government, as an NGO. Then only lives of the persons with disability will be changed. And you have a special role to play here by working on it, improving on technology, researching by which we can empower them. Then and then only I think we'll be able to lead meaningful life. I have always said everybody matters. And when I say this, I mean it from my heart, and it's not now. I have been saying this for quite long. SDGs are what? SDGs also speak about people and planet. Not just people, people and planet. So if it is people and planet, it is inclusive of everything. So let us work together for transformation in this sector by providing cutting-edge technologies through research leading to inclusiveness. And inclusiveness should start with our thoughts. So let us think it, let us act it, let us make it happen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
तालियों की गूंज सुनाई नहीं दी. This beautiful speech deserves a huge round of applause. स्पीकर के बाद जब रिव्यूज लेते हैं ना, तो सर के लिए मुझे कागज कम पड़ गया. क्या बोलूं, किस पर मैं बोलूं? बहुत प्रभावित हो गए हम. तो इस पर सर मुझे श्योर बोलेंगे सिर्फ प्रभावित मत होना, इम्प्लीमेंट इट, एंड आई विल सी टू इट कि हाउ विल यू इम्प्लीमेंट इट. और एक कहावत मराठी में, बोले तैसा चाले त्याची वंदावी पावली. Isn't it true? सर का जो पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस है, उसकी वजह से सर इतना दिल से बोल सके, कुछ बता सके, एंड वो भी विदाउट अ सिंगल पेज. Everything was in his head, in his mind, and he was speaking without any hurdles, and he didn't even need to wait for a second कि अभी मैं आगे क्या बोलूं. So मुझे ऐसा लगता है RCI के पॉइंट्स हमें जो मिलने वाले हैं, हम कुछ सुनने वाले हैं, उसके साथ साथ सर ने आज जो इनपुट्स दिए हैं, उसका भी हमें डेफिनेटली बहुत फायदा होने वाला है, आई एम श्योर। एंड उनका मेन फोकस वाज ऑन एज ग्रुप ऑफ 0 to 6, अर्ली इंटरवेंशन एंड अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन। Before proceeding to the vote of thanks, I request Mrs. Shilpi Naran, Secretary NCED India, to address the gathering and share a few words on the occasion of the release of the conference solemnity.
Thank you. And yes, sir, we were missing that 0 to 6 years till now. And I'm so glad that you've actually put it forward and you will be taking it forward, sir. Thank you so much. The souvenir is not just a document, it is a collection of our journey, our ideas, and the commitment of everyone who has contributed to this conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to NCED Maharashtra team who contributed their time, thought, and creativity towards developing this souvenir. We hope that this souvenir will inspire more people and professionals to join our mission and continue working for the betterment of hearing impaired children. I now would like to kindly request Shri Munde sir, along with other dignitaries, to formally release the souvenir.
So I'm here for the vote of thanks. On behalf of the National Convention of Educators of Deaf Maharashtra chapter, we extend our profound gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to all dignitaries, institutions, collaborators, and participants who contributed to the successful conduct of the NCED International Conference on Inclusive Education through Disability Perspectives and Research. We express our sincere thanks to Sri Tukaram Munde sir, IAS Secretary, for his valuable guidance, encouragement, and continued support, which provided strength and direction to this academic endeavor. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Suman Kumar, Director, AYJNISD SHD, Divyangajan, for his visionary leadership, academic stewardship, and unwavering institutional support, which significantly enriched the conference proceedings. Our respectful appreciation is also extended to the Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities for graciously conveying a message that reinforced the constitutional and rights-based perspective of inclusive education. We acknowledge with thanks the Office of the Commissioner Pune for their cooperation and facilitation, and the Rehabilitation Council of India too for granting the necessary permissions, thereby enabling professional participation and ensuring statutory compliance. We place our sincere appreciation to our esteemed collaborators, AYJNI SHD, Divyangajan Mumbai, and COCHLEA Pune for their academic partnership, professional commitment, and logistical support throughout the conference. Our heartfelt thanks are due to the management, administration, and officials of Ferguson's College, Pune, for providing an enabling academic environment, and extending all necessary institutional support for the smooth conduct of the conference. We also extend our warm appreciation to all teachers, researchers, professionals, and students who participated in this conference. Your active engagement, scholarly contributions, and thoughtful deliberations truly upheld the spirit of inclusive education and research-driven practice. Once again, we thank all stakeholders whose collective efforts made this conference a meaningful and successful academic platform. If I have missed mentioning anyone's name, I truly apologize. With this, I request everyone present to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंह गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Bharat Mata ki now I request all the dignitaries on the stage, on the dais, to please step down and have a seat. Now there will be a felicitation of Deccan Education Society officers and Ferguson College officers. For that, I now hand over the mic to Ms. Mugda. Ms. Mugda, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
a kind request, please don't move or go anywhere. The function is still on. There will be a felicitation of Deccan Education Society officers and Ferguson College officers. So a kind and humble request to all, please don't leave the auditorium. Those whoever are out, it's a request to please come inside.
Everyone, please be seated. We still have a felicitation program to go.
कृपया कोई भी ऑडिटोरियम छोड़ के ना जाए. एक ग्रुप फोटो लेना है जो रूल्स एंड नॉर्म्स के लिए आवश्यक होता है. सो प्लीज डोंट. गुंडे सरांच्या बरोबर गुंडे सर के उपस्थिति में हमें एक फोटो लेना है. सो प्लीज डोंट गो एनीवेयर. डोंट लीव द ऑडिटोरियम. Due to some unavoidable situations, the felicitation program of Deccan Education Society officers and Ferguson College officers is been cancelled. But we are here. ZP समाज कल्याण अधिकारी राधा किशन देवड़े सर जी, जिनके एक लेटर की वजह से आज ये प्रोग्राम यहाँ संपन्न हो रहा है और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में शिक्षक वर्ग यहाँ उपस्थित है. तो कुछ समय में उनका भी फेलिसिटेशन होगा. सो आपसे गुजारिश है, निवेदन है कि प्लीज ऑडिटोरियम छोड़ के कहीं ना जाए. थैंक यू.
पंचावन्न मिनिटं हे चालेल. 55 मिनिटं हा प्रोग्राम होईल 1-1:30 पर्यंत जाऊन लगे आणि 40 मिनिटं लक्ष ठेवू. वाटायला लगेच चार्जर लावायचं. हीट लावून हीट लावतोच लागता. लावून घे मग. कशाला हे करतं मग घे. मग पटकन आधी दुसरी लावून बॅटरी. कुठे गेलं ते? ठीक आहे लावून इथे ती लावायची. किती नंबर आहे? 1 नंबरची लावायची. लक्षात ठेव, त्यांना क्लोज करून लावून टाकायचं. एक स्टॉप करते. आहे काय नाही बरं का त्यांचं काय युट्यूब त्यांनी ते आणलं का नाही सर
पुण्याचे झेडपी समाज कल्याण अधिकारी राधाकिशन देवरे सरांचा आता सत्कार होणार होता, पण ते आजच्या प्रमुख मान्यवरांबरोबर असल्यामुळे तो सत्कार समारंभ आता होणार नाहीये. पुढील सूचनेसाठी कृपया थांबून राहा. प्लीज बी हिअर इन द ऑडिटोरियम फॉर फर्दर इन्स्ट्रक्शन्स. प्लीज डोंट लीव. थँक यू. मीडिया के अगर लोग इधर हैं तो उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज बी रेडी. यू मे बी कॉल्ड एट एनी टाइम टू टॉक टू मुंडे सर. थैंक यू. थोड़ी और रिक्वेस्ट है बट आई हैव टू डू इट. प्लीज डोंट यूज द टॉयलेट्स behind this green room. The facility is available somewhere outside. So please don't use the washrooms or toilets which is in the near to green room. Thank you. फिर से रिमाइंड करती हूँ, आज के माननीय अतिथि श्री तुकाराम मुंडे जी के साथ हमें एक ग्रुप फोटो लेना है. So please don't go anywhere. Be seated in the auditorium itself. He may come at any time. Thank you.
any of the student with yellow bands? All the yellow bands, please stand. Look at them. Okay. कोई भी दिक्कत आती है गूगल फॉर्म भरने में तो प्लीज ये जितने भी वॉलंटियर्स हैं, these volunteers are from AYJNISD, तो कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आती है, कुछ भी होता है तो प्लीज फिल अप करें. गूगल फॉर्म भरना जरूरी है अगर आपको पॉइंट्स चाहिए तो. हर दिन 20 क्वेश्चंस, डोंट फॉरगेट. थैंक यू सो मच.
I'll try not to put you guys to sleep. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. This is Ved Bhagat. I don't know if you are familiar with my last name, but I'm son of Dr. Varsha Bhagat, uh, former yeah, founder and director of ETC, right? So I is very sad that she couldn't be here today, but she sends her heartiest regards to all of you. So please don't mind. She has sent me over, and I know it's pretty big shoes to fill, but I'll try my best. Okay. So, to start with, my sincere congratulations to NCED India and the Maharashtra chapter as well. So, for organizing this conference and creating such a meaningful platform for all of us. So our support for this event comes more from a gratitude point of view than an expectation from any immediate financial benefits. Because we really believe that the work you do is very important and it needs and deserves to be supported. Even if our professional fields don't or professional goals don't align pretty much, uh, but I would really like to use this platform to sincerely appreciate all the educators, all the professionals, all the researchers as well, and I see some of the founders here. Uh, so I truly believe each one of you have given your time, energy, heart to ensure that every child with special need grows into a confident, contributing, and respected member of this society. I think that this is the aim of NCED as well, right? So I truly believe that this is a life-changing thing for all of the special needs students. So while I'm here, then I would also like to talk about our own product because I believe that it is an important information for every person to have. Uh, just to make things very simple for you guys, negative pressure wound therapy solutions are it is used to heal wounds which are non-healable or chronic wounds. For example, you can see diabetic ulcers, pressure ulcers, sores, traumatic wounds, everything like these. It is a very simple mechanism. In the layman term, it works like a human vacuum cleaner. There is a portable suction unit, there is a exudate collector which collects the infection, and there is one dressing kit. So the mechanism of action is very simple. It sucks out all the infection from the wound side and it collects into a canister. And because the infection is cleared from the wounds, all the wounds are healed and all the wounds are eventually closed also. So this is what we do simply. I don't want to dwell on it a lot, but I would really like to encourage all of you to visit our stall and get more information about it because we see every case like this in every household and because of lack of information, lot of loss of limbs and lives have occurred. So even at Live Shell, we try to have some kind of inclusion. We have around 5 to 10% of our staff is of special needs in both unskilled and skilled laborers as well. But the thing is, it's more than inclusion. They're damn good at their job. हमारा जो software engineer है, he's very good. So it is not about inclusion; it is about their skill as well. And they immerse very fine with all of our employees. So उसमें कोई problem नहीं. So thank you for your patience. I would again like to conclude this by saying thank you for your passion, your patience, and your belief in every child. So thank you and happy New Year. Have a good evening.
Thank you for sharing your work, sir. With that, I will now hand over the session to Dr. Anuradha Munshi to continue.
Very good afternoon, one and all present over here. Welcome you all to this post-lunch session. One request to you all to be awake for this post-lunch session, as this will be the very interesting session. And keep your mobiles, let them sleep. Keep your mobiles in off or vibrating mode. So we are going to start with the sessions. Uh, To start with the session, first of all, I would like to invite the co-chair for the sessions, Chitra Buzruk ma'am, who is the special educator, Swarna. I request them to please come on the dais. I'll take this seat. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Varsha Vaidya ma'am to please come on dais and welcome our co-chair ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite the chairperson of this session, Dr. Prasenjit Majumdar, Social Welfare Officer, AYJNISHD RC, Kolkata, to please come on guys and take their seat. Big round of applause. I request co-chair ma'am to welcome them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Be seated. Now we are all excited to listen to the today's keynote address. Today's keynote address is by Dr. Shivani Pandit, educational founder and CEO, Samarthya India and USA. I request Dr. Shivani Pandit ma'am to please come on stage. It is a great privilege to introduce our today's distinguished keynote speaker. Dr. Shivani Pandit is a special educator with over 30 years of experience in early intervention, inclusive education, and system level capacity building for children with disabilities. She holds a doctorate degree in special education from Rutgers University, New Jersey, and postdoctoral fellowship from University of Minnesota. As the founder director of Samarthya Foundation, a pioneering non-profit, she is committed to transforming the landscape of disability support in India by bridging gaps in early identification, high-quality interventions, inclusive education, and last-mile intervention access. Shivani Pandit is a special educator with a heart as extensive as her 3-decade-long journey in the field. Her story is a symphony of dedication, compassion, and expertise. Her narrative unfolds with a profound commitment to the delicate minds of children on the autism spectrum and those with intellectual disabilities. Her story is woven with the threads of empathy and dedication to breaking down barriers and unyielding belief in the potential of every children. So I now request Dr. Shivani Pandit ma'am to proceed with the keynote address. The topic of the session is socio-emotional learning as a catalyst for effective inclusive education. Over to you, ma'am.
नमस्कार, थँक्यू सो मच इतक्या सुंदर इंट्रोडक्शनसाठी. आणि मी ट्राय करणार आहे कारण की मी स्लाइड्स पण मॅनेज करते माझ्या स्क्रीन पण मॅनेज करते आणि मायक्रोफोन पण मॅनेज करते. सो आई एम गोइंग टू ट्राई माय बेस्ट. आणि मे बी मैं हिंदी में शुरुआत करती हूँ. मैंने सुना है कि शायद हिंदी में प्रेजेंटेशन देना सभी के लिए अच्छा रहेगा. सो हम शुरुआत करते हैं. सबसे पहले मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ NCED इंडिया जो सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं जिन्होंने इतनी खूबसूरती से इस वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया है, मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए और मुझे ये मौका देने के लिए कि मैं आप सभी टीचर्स के साथ बात कर पाऊँ. मेरा जो आज का मुद्दा है वो बहुत ही मेरे दिल के करीब है और बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक है जो बहुत बार जिसका मतलब जिक्र होता नहीं है. एंड इज माय ऑडियो ओके? या थैंक यू. ऑल्सो लंच, इतना अच्छा लंच खाने के बाद जब सबको बैठना पड़ता है सुनने के लिए, मैं समझ सकती हूँ नींद आती है. और सो मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं आपको बहुत एंगेज रखूं. ये टॉपिक एक बहुत सुंदर टॉपिक है, स्पेशली अगर आपने इसके बारे में पहले नहीं सीखा हो या ज्यादा नहीं जानते हो तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा ध्यान से सुने. एंड ऑफ द सेशन मैं एक स्लाइड पे अपना कॉन्टैक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन भी रखूंगी. 1 घंटा इस टॉपिक को देना बहुत मुश्किल का काम है, तो मैं सिर्फ ऊपरी तरह से इस चीज को टच कर पाऊंगी. आपके जो सवाल होंगे, जवाब होंगे, आई विल वेलकम देम. अगर आप मुझे ईमेल करें, पर्सनली मैसेज भी कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये जो काम होता है ये करने का काम है, सिर्फ सुनने का नहीं. राइट? तो हम आज सिर्फ सुनेंगे, समझेंगे थोड़ा बहुत एंड फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे. तो अगर हम इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं शुरुआत में, तो हम क्या सोचते हैं? अक्सर इंक्लूजन का मतलब हमें क्या लगता है? हम सोचते हैं रैम्प्स, क्लासरूम अकोमोडेशंस, हम सोचते हैं IEPs. राइट? अगर मैं वर्ड इंक्लूजन बोलूं तो यही 3-4 चीजें अब हम सभी के मन में आती हैं. लेकिन एक्चुअल में इंक्लूजन उसके बहुत पहले शुरू होता है. इंक्लूजन है जब वो बच्चा एक क्लासरूम में एंटर करता है और उसको जब वो एंट्री मिलती है तो क्या वो सेफ फील करता है? क्या वो उसे लगता है कि उसको लोग समझ पा रहे हैं? और क्या उसे लगता है कि वो उस जगह पे बिलोंग करता है? ये जो बिलोंगिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट है, इंक्लूजन वहां से शुरू होती है. IEPs, अकोमोडेशन, रैम्प, ये सारी बातें हैं. तो हमें ये समझना है एज टीचर्स, चाहे आप डेफ एजुकेटर्स हो या आप स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स हो या आप मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूल के एजुकेटर्स हो, आप कोई भी हो, आपको ये समझना है, हम सभी को ये समझना है कि हम वो क्लासरूम का माहौल कैसे बना पाए जहाँ पे हर बच्चे को लगे कि वो बिलोंग करते हैं. और कैसे होता है वो इस टॉपिक के जरिए शुरुआत होती है उस चीज. लेकिन शुरुआत करने से पहले मैं बोलना चाहूंगी, आप 1 सेकंड के लिए अपनी आंख बंद करें. सभी सोइए मत, 1 ही सेकंड के लिए किसी एक बच्चे के बारे में सोचिए जिसके साथ आप काम करते हैं. कोणी पण एक मूल ज्याबरोबर तुम्ही काम करता, जो खूप ब्राइट असेल पण स्ट्रगल करतो क्लासमध्ये. ठीक है? बहुत ब्राइट बच्चा है लेकिन बहुत स्ट्रगल करता है, आपको दिखता है. बहुत काइंड है, बहुत प्यारा है, लेकिन ओवरवेल्म रहता है. ओवरवेल्म मतलब बहुत सारे इमोशंस उससे संभलते नहीं है. बहुत कुछ सीखना चाहता है लेकिन उसके जो इमोशंस हैं उसके बीच आ जाते हैं. ठीक है? हम सभी को एक नहीं ऐसे बहुत सारे बच्चे पता है. राइट? तो आज का ये सेशन उस बच्चे के लिए है. इनफैक्ट आज का ये सेशन हम सभी के लिए है, क्योंकि उन बच्चों के साथ जो काम करते हैं टीचर्स, वो भी इन सभी चीजों के साथ जूझते हैं. राइट? सो लेट्स बिगिन टुडेज टॉक विद व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू डू. तो जैसा कि मैंने कहा, ये सेशन है इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम्स के बारे में. ऐसे क्लासरूम जहाँ बच्चे अलग तरीके से सीखते हैं, अलग तरीके से कम्युनिकेट करते हैं और अलग तरीके से अपने इमोशंस को रेगुलेट करते हैं. ये समझना हमारे लिए बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है. अक्सर एजुकेशन में हम इमोशंस एक बकेट में डाल देते हैं और सोचते हैं कि हर बच्चा एक तरीके से फील करता है, हर बच्चा एक तरीके से बिहेव करता है. लेकिन हमें आज उस लेंस को, उस नजरिए को थोड़ा सा बदलना है. ठीक है? और आज का सेशन थियोरी के बारे में बिल्कुल नहीं है. मैं आपको थियोरी से बोर नहीं करूंगी. मैं आपको प्रैक्टिकली बताऊंगी कि रियल क्लासरूम्स में रियल बच्चों के साथ और रियल टीचर्स के साथ ये सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग क्या है, इसको हम किस तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, इसके बारे में हम थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे. ओके, सो देन व्हाट इज सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग? सो व्हाट इज सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग? ये बड़ा ही सिंपल SEL इसको हम बोलते हैं. अगर हिंदी में सोचूं तो सामाजिक भावनात्मक कौशल, राइट? अभी हर बार मैं सामाजिक भावनात्मक कौशल बोलूंगी तो मैं अटक जाऊंगी, सो इसको मैं हमेशा SEL बोलूंगी आज के सेशन में, या आप ध्यान रखें। SEL मतलब सिंपल तरीके से अगर हम देखें, ये समझिए कौशल कि बच्चे अपनी फीलिंग्स, अपने इमोशंस को समझ सके, उनको मैनेज कर सके, कंट्रोल नहीं, मैनेज करना, रेगुलेट करना, ठीक है, और दूसरों के साथ कनेक्ट कर पाए और अच्छे डिसीजंस, अच्छे चॉइसेस बना पाए। ये 3 या 4 चीजें अगर आज आप समझ जाते हैं कि इसका मतलब SEL होता है, एंड इसकी बहुत सारी स्ट्रैटेजीज होती हैं, बहुत सारी तकनीकें होती हैं जो हम आपको सिखा सकते हैं, आप सीख सकते हैं और अपनी अपनी क्लासरूम्स में इन तकनीकों को ढालकर SEL रिच क्लासरूम बना सकते हैं। एक ऐसी क्लासरूम जिसमें सिर्फ पढ़ाई, मतलब अगर हम एजुकेशन की बात करें, रेगुलर क्लासरूम्स की अगर हम बात करें, तो हम क्या सोचते हैं? पढ़ाई, लिखाई, मार्क्स, ग्रेड्स, एग्जाम्स, करेक्ट? क्या कोई इसके अलावा एजुकेशन के बारे में कोई सोच रहे हैं? अक्सर हम किसी चीज से बड़े होते हैं सोचते हुए। अगर हम स्पेशल एजुकेशन की बात करें, तो हम इंटरवेंशन की बात करें, तो हम IEPs की बात करते हैं। लेकिन क्या IEPs में हम सामाजिक भावनात्मक कौशल को वजन देते हैं, या हमारा IEP अक्सर फिर भी ADLs और कम्युनिकेशन, जो कि सब इम्पोर्टेंट है, मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि चीजें इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, लेकिन जितनी ये सारी चीजें इम्पोर्टेंट है, उतनी ही एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, एक पूर्णात्मक अगर हम दृष्टिकोण से देखें, तो वो मिसिंग नहीं होना चाहिए सामाजिक भावनात्मक कौशल, जो SEL की बात हम आज कर रहे हैं। तो उसको हम किस तरीके से करें, और ये अगर हमारे क्लासरूम्स का, और अगर मैं तो कहती हूँ अगर हमारे समाज का एक फाउंडेशन बनता है, तो आई थिंक बच्चों के ऊपर उसको बहुत अच्छा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। एंड हम सिर्फ यहाँ पर बच्चों की और क्लासरूम की और टीचर्स की बात नहीं करें, यहाँ से आगे हम बढ़ते हैं तो फैमिलीज के बाद सोसाइटी के बाद पूरी हमारी जो कल्चर है, अगर हम इस चीज पर ध्यान दें तो बहुत सारी चीजों को हम होने से बचा सकते हैं, जिसके बारे में मैं आज बताऊंगा। ये स्लाइड है बताने के लिए कि हमारा जो ब्रेन है, एज सब जानते हैं, बहुत पावरफुल तो है नहीं, लेकिन चेंजेबल भी है। जो न्यूरोप्लास्टिसिटी की बात आपने शायद सुनी होगी, सीखी होगी, कि हमारे ब्रेन में की एबिलिटी होती है बदलने की, ढालने की, और हमारे ब्रेन में इतने अलग अलग एरियाज होते हैं। अगर हम एक थोड़ा सा समझ सकें कि जब बच्चे सेफ, अंडरस्टूड और रेगुलेटेड फील करते हैं, तब उनका ब्रेन पढ़ने के लिए, लिखने के लिए, सीखने के लिए रेडी होता है। ओके, जब बच्चे डरें, घबराएं, गुस्से में हो, या ओवरवेल्म फील करें, बहुत सारे इमोशंस उनके अंदर आ गए, अगर वो इस तरीके से महसूस करते हैं, तो ब्रेन शट डाउन करता है। शट डाउन करता है, ये नहीं कि बच्चा खुद से कह रहा है, बच्चे को नहीं मालूम, ब्रेन उसका सीखने को रेडी नहीं होगा। तो एज एजुकेटर्स हमें ये समझना भी बहुत जरूरी है कि किस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट से, किस तरीके की तकनीकों से हम बच्चे के ब्रेन को रेडी टू लर्न स्टेट में रख सकें। Is this all okay? मेरा speed is okay? Anytime, Asmita ma'am, if I'm going too fast, please tell me. And जैसे कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आप बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं, अगर इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम हो या किसी भी क्लासरूम में जिन बच्चों को कम्युनिकेशन डिफरेंसेस हो या इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी हो, देयर कैन बी ए स्टेट ऑफ स्ट्रेस, राइट? सेंसरी ओवरलोड हो सकता है, लैंग्वेज बैरियर हो सकता है, कंफ्यूजन हो सकता है, और इन सब चीजों का जो इफेक्ट है हमें पता है कि हमारे बच्चे के ब्रेन पर पड़ता है, एंड इन इफेक्ट वो उसकी लर्निंग पे भी पड़ता है। सो इसलिए हम ये देखते हैं कि SEL काम करता है क्योंकि वो ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट को समझते हुए टीचर्स को स्ट्रैटेजीज और तकनीकें देता है, जिससे कि उनकी ब्रेन के भी साथ काम कर सके। ओके, व्हाट इज लर्निंग, व्हाई SEL समझना हम सबके लिए क्यों जरूरी है? मैं कहूँगी ये सिर्फ स्पेशल एजुकेशन टीचर्स के लिए नहीं है, ये स्लाइड होना चाहिए था एजुकेटर्स इन जनरल के लिए, कि क्लासरूम्स काफी डिमांडिंग हो जाती है, राइट? आप सभी काफी लोग नोट कर रहे हैं कि आप सबके क्लासरूम्स में बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें आपको डील करनी पड़ती हैं जो कठिन है, जिसका एक आपको ओवरलोड हो जाता होगा, एंड बहुत सारे अनमेट नीड्स के साथ जब बच्चे क्लासरूम में आते हैं, जैसे कि हम डिफाइंस नहीं करेंगे कि उनकी जरूरतें हैं जो हम समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं शायद, या हमारा सिस्टम सेटअप नहीं है उसको समझने के लिए। इस सब चीजों के लिए SEL हमें एक जरिया बन जाता है कि हम उसको लेबल की तरह से ना देखें उस बच्चे के डायग्नोसिस को, चाहे वो कोई भी डायग्नोसिस हो, उसको हम इंस्टेड ऑफ सेइंग कि इस बच्चे में क्या गलती है, हम सोचें कि इस बच्चे की जरूरत इस वक्त क्या है। अगर हम उस सवाल को बदल दें अपने मन में, और रेगुलर एजुकेशन टीचर्स भी अगर यहाँ कोई हो तो ये मैं जरूर कहूँगी कि ये बच्चा ऐसा क्यों कर रहा है। अक्सर ये सवाल आता है इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम्स में, उसके बजाय सवाल होना चाहिए कि इस बच्चे को अभी क्या जरूरत है, और वो SEL के जो स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं उससे हमें वो लेंस, वो एक फ्रेमवर्क हमारा बदल जाता है। ओके, सो नेक्स्ट इज सिंपली, शायद आप ये सभी जानते होंगे कि SEL को अगर हम क्लासरूम्स में रखें तो क्लासरूम का जो इंक्लूजन है या क्लासरूम का जो सेटअप है वो मैनेजमेंट से करेक्शन की ओर बढ़ता है। ओके, सो अगर आप अभी, बहुत सारे लोग आई थिंक ये चीजें कर रहे होंगे, आई एम श्योर आप सभी के क्लासरूम्स में कहीं ना कहीं आपने कोई ना कोई SEL की स्ट्रैटेजी लगाई होगी। आज के सेशन में आपको एक मैं स्ट्रक्चर देना चाहती हूँ, एक तरीका देना चाहती हूँ जिससे कि आप समझ सकें कि शायद जो आप ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं वो SEL के अंडर ही आता है, लेकिन एक अवेयरनेस से अगर आप उसे करेंगे, एक स्ट्रक्चर से आप उसे करेंगे तो आपकी टीचिंग इम्प्रूव हो जाएगी और बच्चे के जो आउटकम्स होंगे वो भी उस हिसाब से इम्प्रूव हो जाएंगे। तो बेनिफिट्स अगर हम देखें, सिंपली पुट, क्लासरूम का जो एक एनवायरनमेंट काम हो जाएगा। हमने देखा है मेरे रिसर्च में, और मैं आपके साथ एक टूल किट शेयर करने वाली हूँ, एक फ्री टूल किट है जो हमने बनाई है, आप सभी उसको आज ही से इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। हमने देखा है कि कुछ तकनीकें अगर हम क्लासरूम्स में इम्प्लीमेंट करें तो इन्वायरमेंट क्लासरूम्स का एक काम हो जाता है, लर्नर्स ज्यादा एंगेज हो जाते हैं, टीचर्स बच्चों के साथ और बच्चों में आपस में कनेक्शन स्ट्रॉन्ग बन जाते हैं। बर्नआउट जो हमें पता है टीचर्स अक्सर महसूस करते हैं जब बहुत सारा वर्कलोड होता है, इन तकनीकों का पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट आप सभी पर भी पड़ेगा, नॉट जस्ट द चिल्ड्रन। बच्चों के ऊपर तो डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट है ही है, पर एक इनडायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट इज आपके ऊपर का जो बर्नआउट फीलिंग अगर आपको आती है उसमें भी आपको मदद होगी। और ये जो सारे स्किल्स हम भावनात्मक, सोशल, ये सब बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन ये अल्टीमेटली लाइफ रेडी स्किल्स हैं। ये जीवन में ये स्किल्स हमें आने चाहिए कहीं सक्सेस मिले तो, राइट, मिलने के लिए। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, अगर कोई क्लासरूम SEL एक्टिविटीज, तकनीकों, स्ट्रैटेजी से रिच है तो वो पॉलिसी के साथ भी अलाइन होती है। क्या पॉलिसी है वो? NEP। आप सभी को नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 के बारे में पता होगा, राइट, सभी को पता है। NEP में स्पेसिफिकली बताया गया है SEL का महत्व और क्यों SEL किया जाना चाहिए। तो अगर हम इन सभी चीजों को देखें तो इसका बहुत डायरेक्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिसी के साथ भी अलाइनमेंट होता है। तो सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं कि अच्छा है सुनने के लिए कि बच्चे खुश हैं और क्लासरूम्स खुश हैं और टीचर्स हैप्पी हैं, ये हैप्पीनेस की बात नहीं है, ये पॉलिसी की भी बात है कि हम किस तरीके से सक्सेसफुल समृद्ध क्लासरूम्स को क्रिएट कर पाए। और ये एक फ्रेमवर्क है, इट्स नॉट अ करिकुलम। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक अलग सब्जेक्ट हम बोल रहे हैं आपको कि SEL नाम का सब्जेक्ट शुरू करना है। SEL को हर सब्जेक्ट में इम्बेड किया जाता है, उसको हर सब्जेक्ट में ढाला जा सकता है जिससे कि आपकी टीचिंग इम्प्रूव हो। ये नहीं है कि हम एक अलग करिकुलम आपके ऊपर पोस्ट कर रहे हैं। सो अगेन मोर, अगर हम देखें तो मोर बेनिफिट्स, सेम जैसे हमने कहा, सेफ लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट बनता है। ट्रांजिशन जो होते हैं क्लासरूम से, अक्सर एक क्लास से दूसरे क्लास में जहाँ बच्चे स्ट्रगल करते हैं, हम उन्हें सिखा सकते हैं हाउ टू मैनेज दोज इमोशंस, उन ट्रांजिशंस को कैसे मैनेज किया जाए, कॉन्फिडेंस कैसे बिल्ड किया जाए बच्चों में, आपसी फ्रेंडशिप जो बननी चाहिए न्यूरोटिपिकल और न्यूरो डाइवर्जेंट बच्चों के बीच में, उसके ऊपर का जो महत्व है। इट ऑल्सो हेल्प सपोर्ट्स अटेंशन, लिसनिंग, लर्निंग क्लासरूम के अंदर, और एक तरीके का रिस्पेक्ट और काइंडनेस जो बहुत जरूरी है आज के आई थिंक टाइम में, कि वी कैन हेल्प हमारी क्लासरूम्स इससे ज्यादा काइंड बन सकती है क्योंकि हमारे पास स्पेसिफिक तकनीकें हैं, स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए। तो जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि ये थ्योरी की बात नहीं है, ये एक्चुअल प्रैक्टिस की बात है, और मैं आपको थोड़े एग्जांपल्स अभी दिखाऊंगी जिससे आपको पता चलेगा। एंड इस सेशन के बाद चाहूंगी कि जो टूल किट मैं आपको आज दे रही हूँ आप उसे यूज करें, आप उसे ट्राई करें और देखें कि आपकी क्लासरूम में क्या फर्क पड़ता है। चाहे एक ही क्लासरूम में कोशिश करके देखिए, चाहे 10 ही बच्चों के साथ कोशिश करके देखिए, लेकिन ट्राई, क्योंकि ये प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज है, ये प्रैक्टिकल एप्लीकेशन से ही बनता है। जैसे कि मैंने कहा ऑलरेडी कि हम एनईपी की बात हमने की, उसमें एक सिग्निफिकेंट फोकस है एससीएल पर, ये आप सबको पता होना चाहिए। बहुत अच्छी पॉलिसी में बहुत अच्छी तरीके से बताया गया है कि एससीएल बच्चों की कॉग्निटिव ग्रोथ के लिए जरूरी है, पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप्स बनाने के लिए जरूरी है, बच्चों में रेजिलियंस जो होता है, उसका कीवर्ड मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा है, बट एक रेजिलियंस बच्चों में बढ़ाने के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, इफेक्टिव बातचीत और कम्युनिकेशन के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है। इन जनरल अगर हम देखें तो बच्चों की मेंटल वेलबींग, और नॉट जस्ट बच्चे बट टीचर्स के भी मेंटल वेलबींग के लिए उतना ही जरूरी है। सो हम इसका मतलब अगर हम एससीएल की तकनीकों को अपने क्लासरूम में ढालें तो हमारे बच्चों को सिर्फ फैक्ट्स और फिगर नहीं आएंगे, पर उनको जिंदगी जीने की एक लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग के जो कौशल है वो उनको सिखाएंगे। तो उसको हम लाइफ रेडी स्किल्स बोलते हैं। सो इट्स नॉट लिमिटेड टू कि अगर ये जो हमारे पास बच्चा आया, इस क्लास में हमारे पास बच्चा आया, हमने बच्चे को ये सिखा दिया, बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन उसके ऊपर उसी सीख में अगर हम एससीएल के ऊपर फोकस करें सिस्टमैटिकली, थॉटफुली, ध्यान देते हुए, तो क्या होगा, हम उस बच्चे को लाइफ स्किल्स के लिए प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो बच्चा 3 साल का हो, चाहे वो बच्चा 18 साल का हो, मतलब एडल्ट हो। सो इट इज एप्लीकेबल हर एज के लिए, इट इज एप्लीकेबल किसी भी डिसेबिलिटी डायग्नोसिस के लिए या फिर न्यूरोटिपिकल बच्चों के लिए, इट इज ऑल्सो एप्लीकेबल अक्रॉस एनी लैंग्वेज या एनी कल्चर। ओके, थोड़ा सा मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी एक स्टडी, ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगी मैं इस पर। दिस इज अ स्टडी ऑन कैसल नाम का एक नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है यूएस में, जो सिर्फ इसी चीज पर काम करते हैं, इन क्वेश्चनों पे। और उन्होंने एक नेशनल स्टडी में देखा कि रिसर्च के बेस पे देखा, क्योंकि रिसर्च बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट। हमारे फील्ड में अगर हम कोई भी तकनीक को इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं, वी मस्ट मेक श्योर कि वो रिसर्च के द्वारा आया गया है, रिसर्च से बैकअप होता है। ओके, तो हमें इस स्टडी के जरिए पता चला कि कितने तरीके के बेनिफिट सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग सिखाने से क्लासरूम्स में पाए गए हैं। तो उन्होंने देखा इस स्टडी में कि एकेडमिक्स बूस्ट होता है। उनको पता चला कि जितना इम्पोर्टेंट बच्चों को मैथ, साइंस, रीडिंग, राइटिंग सिखाना है, उतना इनफैक्ट एससीएल की लर्निंग से बच्चों की ग्रोथ उन सब्जेक्ट्स में इंप्रूव हो जाती है। तो इसका जो एडेड बेनिफिट है वो कॉग्निटिव ग्रोथ में हमें दिखता है कि इन जनरल उनका पढ़ने लिखने का जो एबिलिटी है इंप्रूव हो जाती है, बिकॉज हमने उनकी फाउंडेशन जो है पढ़ने लिखने की, सीखने की फाउंडेशन को जैसे मैंने कहा था ब्रेन रिलेटेड हमने सेफ बनाया है, हमने रेगुलेटेड बनाया है, हमने बच्चों को सिखाया है कि किस तरीके से लाइफ के स्ट्रेसेस को हैंडल करना चाहिए। उसका इम्पैक्ट बच्चों के एजुकेशन पे डायरेक्टली होता है। ये तो ऑब्वियसली बात है कि स्टूडेंट्स को स्ट्रेस अपना मैनेज करना, डिप्रेशन मैनेज करना, उनकी एटीट्यूड्स खुद के बारे में, दूसरों के बारे में, स्कूल्स के बारे में बदलते हैं। इस स्टडी के जरिए देखा गया है। ये देखा गया उन्होंने कि इसमें हर डॉलर, ऑफ कोर्स इस यूएस की स्टडी है, बट अगर हम देखें तो हर रुपी अगर हम स्पेंड करते हैं तो उस पर 10 टाइम्स उसका रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट आता है। मतलब हम अगर इस चीज पे ध्यान दें, पॉलिसी में रखें और स्ट्रेटेजिकली स्कूल्स में और गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ काम करें, तो हमें रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट भी मिलेगा इसके साथ ही साथ, बिकॉज ऑफ द बेनिफिट्स। 18 साल के बाद भी उन्होंने पाया कि जिन बच्चों को इस तरीके की ट्रेनिंग मिली थी, इस तरीके के स्कूल्स में गए थे, उनको बहुत बेनिफिट्स इवन आफ्टर दे ग्रो अप एज एडल्ट्स उनको पाए गए। ओके, एंड सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग काफी डिमांड में है। एम्प्लॉयर्स कहते हैं, मतलब जो लोग नौकरी दे रहे हैं आजकल, कंपनीज कहते हैं कि ये स्किल्स बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, कभी कभी टेक्निकल स्किल्स से भी ज्यादा, बिकॉज दीज आर अगेन लाइफ रेडी स्किल्स, राइट। पेरेंट्स, ऑफ कोर्स आई एम नॉट श्योर आप लोगों का क्या एक्सपीरियंस है आपके वर्क में, बट पेरेंट्स ऑल्सो वांट कि उनके बच्चों को इस तरीके की सीख दी जाए, स्कूल में इसका फोकस हो। एंड स्कूल प्रिंसिपल्स, पर्टिकुलरली स्टडी में 99% ऑफ द स्कूल प्रिंसिपल्स ने कहा था कि एससीएल स्कूल्स के सक्सेस के लिए क्रिटिकल है। टीचर्स ने कहा, 90% ऑफ द टीचर्स स्टडी में उन्होंने कहा कि एससीएल बच्चों के आई एम सो सॉरी, थैंक यू। Thank you so much. 90% of the teachers ने कहा कि SCL उनके क्लासरूम्स का एकेडमिक्स बढ़ाता है, इम्प्रूव करता है, और 99% ऑफ एजुकेटर, जो कि बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग नंबर है, उन्होंने बताया कि SCL से उनके बच्चों के आउटकम्स इम्प्रूव हुए। ये बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट बात है, इसको हम लाइटली नहीं ले सकते। मतलब मैं जितना इस पे एम्फसाइज करूँ उतना कम है। एज एजुकेटर्स दिस डेटा, ये जो डेटा है ये इम्पोर्टेंट डेटा है। ऑफ कोर्स इस पे और स्टडीज हो रही हैं, होनी भी चाहिए, आई थिंक इंडिया में भी हो रही है, बट एविडेंस इज देयर। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि इस एविडेंस को लेते हुए हमें इसको सीरियसली, इस टॉपिक को देखना चाहिए अपने एनवायरनमेंट में, अपने स्कूल्स में, अपने क्लासरूम्स में। 73% ऑफ द स्कूल काउंसलर्स इन दिस स्टडी उन्होंने कहा कि ये इतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है जितना एक एकेडमिक नॉलेज बच्चे की सक्सेस के लिए है। वेरी सिंपली आई एम गोइंग टू समराइज जो डेटा हमने देखा। इसमें हमने क्या देखा कि एकेडमिक अचीवमेंट, बिहेवियरल इंप्रूवमेंट्स, लॉन्ग टर्म बेनिफिट्स जो हो रहे हैं बच्चों को, रिस्की बिहेवियर्स में जो कमी पाई गई है, इन पर्टिकुलर सैंपल जो उन्होंने देखा था, इम्प्रूवमेंट मेंटल हेल्थ, मतलब सिम्टम्स ऑफ डिप्रेशन, एंजाइटी बच्चों में और एडोलेसेंट्स में कम हुए हैं, एंड पॉजिटिव आउटकम्स आगे जाके स्कूल में, करियर में, लाइफ में। फॉर मी एज एन एजुकेटर ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि हम लाइफ की बात कर रहे हैं, नॉट जस्ट अ क्लासरूम। तो अगर हम बच्चों को उस नजर से देखें तो हमें पता चलेगा कि दिस इज एन एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल टू बी अंडरस्टूड एंड टू बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड। So here is a little framework जो कैसल का फ्रेमवर्क है। बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड दिख रहा है ये चार्ट, पर बहुत सिंपली मैं आपको ब्रेक डाउन करके बताती हूँ। 5 स्किल्स होते हैं जिसको हम ब्रेक डाउन करेंगे। ये पांचों स्किल्स हर बच्चे के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। मैं कह रही हूँ बार बार, न्यूरोटिपिकल बच्चों के लिए भी ये लर्निंग इतनी ही इंपॉर्टेंट है जितनी हमारे बच्चों के लिए है, बिकॉज इट इज अबाउट चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट। ओके, सो इसमें क्या है, दीज आर द 5 स्ट्रैटेजीज। सेल्फ अवेयरनेस है, सेल्फ रेगुलेशन है, सेल्फ सोशल अवेयरनेस, रिलेशनशिप स्किल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग। ये एक फ्रेमवर्क बनाया है रिसर्च ने जिसको हम फॉलो करते हैं। और इसको मैं बहुत सिंपल तरीके से बताऊंगी। हर सवाल का एक ही, हर स्किल का एक सवाल होता है बच्चे के या खुद के लिए। सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, मुझे क्या महसूस हो रहा है, ये क्लासरूम में बच्चे, हमें ध्यान देना है बच्चों को क्या महसूस हो रहा है। सेल्फ रेगुलेशन, मैं इस फीलिंग के साथ क्या करूं, व्हाट डू आई डू विद दिस फीलिंग। सोशल अवेयरनेस, दूसरों को कैसा फील हो रहा है इस सिचुएशन में। रिलेशनशिप स्किल्स, हम इन चीजों के साथ कैसे काम कर सकते हैं, हाउ डू वी वर्क टुगेदर। लास्ट वन, रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग, व्हाट इज द राइट चॉइस टू मेक। तो आपको समझ आ गया होगा कि ये जो बीच में जो इन्होंने चार्ट में दिखाए हैं ये पांचों स्किल्स हैं। बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड दिख रहे हैं बट इनफैक्ट बहुत ही सिंपल है। इन पांचों स्ट्रैटेजीज को हम क्लासरूम्स में ढालकर सिखा रहे हैं, सिखा सकते हैं इन अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वे। सो आई वांट यू टू पे अटेंशन टू दिस, बिकॉज एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो ये बहुत सिंपल काम है और एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो बहुत मुश्किल काम है, बिकॉज इसमें बहुत इंटेंशन डालना पड़ेगा, इसमें थॉट डालना पड़ेगा, इसमें प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी। बट लेट मी टेक यू थ्रू वेरी क्विकली। इसमें जो टॉप पार्ट है सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, ये है हेल्प चिल्ड्रन नेम व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इनसाइड ऑफ देम, उन्हें क्या महसूस हो रहा है ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग। जो बच्चा बोल सकता है कि मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है, वो ऑलरेडी हाफ वे है टू कामिंग डाउन। जब हम प्रॉब्लम बिहेवियर्स की बात करते हैं क्लासरूम्स में, ऑल ऑफ यू रेज योर हैंड जिनको ये प्रॉब्लम कंसर्न है। क्लासरूम में बिहेवियर्स आ रहे हैं, डिफिकल्ट बिहेवियर्स आ रहे हैं, मैनेज करना मुश्किल हो रहा है, राइट। ऑल ऑफ यू, मोस्टली सभी के यहाँ पे हाथ खड़े हैं। ये शुरुआत हम मैनेजमेंट ऑफ बिहेवियर से पहले हमें ये करना होगा अगर हम क्लासरूम्स को ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट बनाएं जहां बच्चे फर्स्ट अवेयर हों व्हाट दे आर फीलिंग, ठीक है। उसके बाद हम जाएंगे सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट पे। सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट इज जब बच्चे को पता है कि उसे क्या फील हो रहा है, देन दे लर्न व्हाट टू डू। व्हाट इज द लर्निंग, यहाँ पे टेक्निक्स आती हैं, ब्रीदिंग टेक्निक्स, माइंडफुलनेस टेक्निक्स, आस्किंग फॉर हेल्प, आस्किंग फॉर अ ब्रेक। ये सारी चीजें किसी भी बच्चे के लिए बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। श्योर यू अग्री विद मी, ये सिखाना पड़ेगा। और अगर हमारा क्लासरूम सेटअप होगा इन सब चीजों के साथ तो वो नेचुरली उनको आने लगता है। सो फर्स्ट इज सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, पहले मुझे पता हो कि मुझे क्या महसूस हो रहा है, क्या मुझे गुस्सा आ रहा है, क्या मुझे डर लग रहा है, क्या मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ इमोशंस। नेक्स्ट इज सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट, अब मैं इस चीज के साथ क्या कर सकता हूँ, व्हाट इज द स्ट्रैटेजी दैट आई कैन यूज टू कोप ये कोपिंग की बात है, मैनेजमेंट, राइट, नॉट कंट्रोल। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि आपको ये महसूस हो रहा है तो इसे महसूस नहीं करना है, हम ये कह रहे हैं जो महसूस हो रहा है उसको आप कैसे हैंडल कर सकते हैं सो दैट यू कैन बेनिफिट विद व्हाटएवर क्लास यू आर इन, जिस भी क्लास में आपका बच्चा एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, राइट। नेक्स्ट कम सोशल अवेयरनेस। सोशल अवेयरनेस इज टीचिंग चिल्ड्रन की दूसरे लोगों को भी फीलिंग्स होते हैं। यहाँ पे फ्रेंडशिप, एम्पैथी, ये सब चीजें आती हैं बिकॉज क्लासरूम्स में हमें पता है बुलिंग होती है। सो आई थिंक एम्पैथी सिखाना हर क्लासरूम में बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है। सोशल अवेयरनेस, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, इनको कैसा लग रहा होगा, दिस काइंड ऑफ कल्चर अगर हम अपने क्लासरूम्स में क्रिएट करते हैं, that is fantastic learning for children that can lead to wonderful relationships. So our next topic becomes relationship skills. Yeah. So as you can imagine, सारे classrooms में मेरे हिसाब से relationships matter more than rules, right? Rules होते हैं हर क्लास में, लेकिन टीचर्स को पता है कि हम किस तरीके की relationships बना पाते हैं बच्चों में, आपस में, बच्चों के साथ। That defines a good classroom, right? Where, like I said, बच्चों को कैसी सेंस ऑफ बिलोंगिंग आती है। तो SEL जो टॉपिक है वो इन ब्रिजेस को बनाने में हमारी हेल्प करता है। अगर वो नहीं बन पाया है अब तक आपके क्लासरूम में, अगर आप स्ट्रगल करते हैं to maintain, to create those relationships between children, SEL के टेक्निक्स ऐसे कुछ हैं जो मैं आपको आज दूंगी, आप इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं to create that, वो वाला कल्चर आपके क्लासरूम में क्रिएट करेंगे। जैसे कि टर्न टेकिंग, लिसनिंग, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होता है तो उसको सॉल्व कैसे करना है, राइट। छोटे बच्चों में भी होता है, बड़े बच्चों में तो और हो जाता है। ये सारे स्किल्स हैं, ये पर्सनालिटी ट्रेट्स नहीं है, ये हम सीख सकते हैं, सिखा सकते हैं और उस तरीके के क्लासरूम को हम बहुत खूबसूरती से रेडी कर सकते हैं। ग्रांटेड हमें पता हो कि हमें करना क्या है। तो आज आप सीख रहे हैं फ्रेमवर्क, आप सीख रहे हैं स्ट्रक्चर कि क्या क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए मेरी क्लासरूम में, जिससे कि मेरा क्लासरूम एक SEL समृद्ध क्लासरूम हो, SEL रिच क्लासरूम हो। लास्ट कम्स रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग। ये है चॉइसेस। अच्छा, अगर मैंने ऐसा किया तो क्या होगा, इसका इफेक्ट दूसरों पे क्या पड़ेगा। ये स्किल बच्चों को एज यू कैन इमेजिन सिर्फ स्कूल के लिए नहीं प्रिपेयर कर रहा, लेकिन इट्स अ लाइफ रेडी स्किल आल्सो। सो दीज आर द 5 मेन टॉपिक्स and I would say that SEL inclusion से अलग नहीं है, SEL makes inclusion possible, ठीक है। इसको 2 सेकंड सुनिए। हमें इंक्लूजन करना है, हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे बच्चे इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम्स में हो, एंड हाउ डू वी डू दैट। SEL इज अ फंडामेंटल फाउंडेशनल एक बेस है। अगर हम उस बेस को छोड़ेंगे तो हमें इंक्लूजन बनाने में, करने में, क्रिएट करने में बहुत दिक्कत आती है। So, अगर हम एज टीचर्स इस चीज को इंटेंशनली बनाएं अपने क्लासेस में, एंड जो हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं, जो रेगुलर एजुकेशन के पार्टनर्स हैं, उनके साथ ये शेयर कर पाए कि यही लर्निंग हर क्लासरूम में अगर एप्लीकेबल होती है तो इंक्लूजन इज पॉसिबल। ओके, ऑलराइट। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दिखाना चाहूंगी मैं आपको डेमोंस्ट्रेट करने के लिए कि ये थोड़े छोटे बच्चों के लिए, आई डोंट नो आप सबके, आप कौन से एज ग्रुप के बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं, लेकिन अगर आप बड़े बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं तो यू कैन इमेजिन अनदर सिनेरियो। आप एक अलग एग्जांपल अपने मन में, आपको पता है कैसे इमेजिन करना है। लेफ्ट साइड में हम ये जो 5 चीजें हमने अभी क्विकली देखी हैं, इनके ऊपर डेफिनेशन है। सेल्फ अवेयरनेस की इजी डेफिनेशन है, मुझे पता है मुझे क्या लग रहा है। अ चाइल्ड सेज आई एम एंग्री बिकॉज माय टॉय ब्रोक। ये जो एबिलिटी है बच्चे की बताने के लिए टीचर को, यही आधे से ज्यादा बिहेवियर्स को प्रिवेंट कर सकती है, राइट। जब बच्चों को लैंग्वेज नहीं होती एक्सप्लेन करने की खुद में क्या फीलिंग आ रही है, वो किस चीज से फ्रस्ट्रेटेड है, कभी ना कभी वो बिहेवियर्स के रूप में हमें नजर आता है। अगर हम चाहते हैं कि हम उनके बिहेवियर्स को प्रिवेंट कर पाए तो ये इंपॉर्टेंस बहुत जरूरी है कि हमारी क्लासरूम्स में ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग बनी हो। सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट इज मैं अपने आप को काम कर सकता हूँ। तो अगर बच्चा डीप ब्रेथ लेता है या अपनी टर्न के लिए वेट करता है, छोटे बच्चों के लिए बहुत मुश्किल काम है लेकिन ये सिखाया जाता है। आई थिंक ये चीजें आप शायद ऑलरेडी कर रहे होंगे अपनी क्लासरूम्स में, राइट। रेज योर हैंड इफ यू आर डूइंग दिस, सम ऑफ यू, यस। नाउ आपको सिर्फ शायद लेबल नहीं पता था कि ये SEL का एक पार्ट है, आपको शायद पता नहीं था कि इसी को सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट कहते हैं, और ये कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी है, मतलब ये कोर नीड है आपके लर्निंग के लिए। सो गुड दैट यू आर स्ट्रेटेजिक और इंटेंशनल तरीके से। ओके, सेल्फ अवेयरनेस मैं दूसरों को समझ सकता हूँ, कोई बच्चा रो रहा है उसको जाके समझा दिया किसी बच्चे ने, दैट्स कॉल्ड सोशल अवेयरनेस। रिलेशनशिप स्किल्स मैं दोस्त बना सकता हूँ, टॉय शेयर करना, स्नैक शेयर करना, एक ग्रुप में खेल पाना, ये एक छोटे एज ग्रुप के एग्जांपल्स हैं। रिस्पॉन्सिबल डिसीजन मेकिंग, मैं चूज कर सकता हूँ कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है, जैसे कि सच बोलना या फिर किसी दोस्त की हेल्प करना। सो दीज आर सम वेज इन विच दीज आर SEL प्रैक्टिसेस। ओके, तो इसलिए मैंने पूछा कि शायद आप में से कुछ इन प्रैक्टिसेस को ऑलरेडी इंप्लीमेंट करते होंगे, और जो नहीं कर रहे हैं, जिनके लिए इंफॉर्मेशन न्यू है, maybe you can start today with this. I think as an example, I would say कि आपके क्लासरूम्स में अगर इम्प्लीमेंट करना हो तो जैसे मॉर्निंग चेक इन होता है, एक्टिविटी होती है, रिफ्लेक्शन टाइम होता है सर्कल में। आई एम नॉट श्योर आप लोग कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, बट देयर आर सम की स्ट्रेटेजिक आइडियाज दैट आई कैन गिव यू थ्रू दैट टूल किट, जो आपको स्ट्रेटजीज को अपने क्लासरूम में ढाल सकते हैं। देन वी हैव एक्टिविटीज। ये सिंपल एक्टिविटीज हैं, अगेन इनको करने में एक्स्ट्रा टाइम नहीं लगता है, दे कैन बी एम्बेडेड, मतलब इनको हम ट्रांजिशंस में, सब्जेक्ट्स में, ग्रुप वर्क में डाल सकते हैं, राइट। तो इट्स नॉट अ सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट कि आपको एक अलग टाइम निकाल के SEL पे काम करना है। आपके डेली रूटीन में, आपके वर्क में SEL को बस आपको कॉन्शियसली इम्बेड करना है, जिससे कि आपका पूरा दिन इज रिच विद दैट वर्क, राइट। सो सेल्फ अवेयरनेस में देयर इज अ फीलिंग्स मिरर एक्टिविटी होती है, जिसमें हम बच्चों को इमोशंस नेम करना सिखाते हैं, आइडेंटिफाई करना सिखाते हैं। मेरा बहुत सारा काम ऑटिस्टिक बच्चों के साथ होता है और इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबल्ड बच्चों के साथ होता है, तो वहाँ पे हम ये एक्टिविटीज बहुत रेगुलरली यूज करते हैं, विजुअल्स के जरिए एंड रोल प्लेइंग के जरिए एंड सोशल स्टोरीज के जरिए, सब कुछ टेक्निक्स है जो हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं। सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट में टीचिंग चिल्ड्रन बबल ब्रेथ्स, इनहेलिंग, प्रिटेंड बबल्स। देन देयर इज अ सोशल अवेयरनेस में कॉम्प्लीमेंट सर्कल नाम की एक एक्टिविटी हमने बनाई है कि सब बच्चे सर्कल में बैठ के एक दूसरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स देते हैं, एक दूसरे की स्ट्रेंथ्स को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। देन देयर इज रिलेशनशिप स्किल्स व्हिच इज building something in pairs, and responsible decision making में what would you do, helping a child to giving them some scenarios and देखना है कि आप इस situation में क्या करोगे, helping them to think critically basically। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, 5 सिंपल स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं SEL को क्लासरूम में इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए, बिकॉज जो मैं टूल किट आज आपको दूंगी उसमें ओवर 200 स्ट्रैटेजीज हैं, तो आई कांट, मैं आपको उन सभी को मतलब ओरिएंट नहीं कर सकती हूँ। ये 5 चीजें जो सिंपली अगर एक क्लासरूम में हम शुरू करें, दिस इज मॉर्निंग चेक इन, जहाँ हम इमोशंस पे, लेबलिंग पे बात करते हैं कि हाउ आर यू फीलिंग टुडे, या आज का वेदर कैसा है, हम बच्चों के साथ वेदर के साथ ये एनालिसिस करते हैं, इज इट सनी, इज इट हॉट, हाउ डू यू फील। Then there is a mindfulness activity that can be implemented, journaling थोड़े बड़े बच्चों के लिए, empathy building which is walking in somebody else's shoes, and conflict resolution which is how do we help children, उनको कैसे conflict को resolve करने में उनकी कैसे help कर सकते हैं। Okay, so as a summary, बेसिकली हमने देखा कि सोशल इमोशनल लर्निंग, सामाजिक भावनात्मक कौशल की लाइफ स्किल्स को बढ़ाते हैं, अच्छा बनाते हैं, जो सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, सोशल स्किल्स, डिसीजन मेकिंग की बात हम कर रहे थे। एक क्रिएट्स अ काम क्लासरूम जिससे कि डिसरप्शंस और स्ट्रेस कम होता है, और बच्चों को हम फ्यूचर रेडी लर्नर्स बनाते हैं, तो जिससे कि उनको रेजिलियंस, एम्पैथी और प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स जैसी चीजें हम उनको सिखा सकते हैं। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, हमने देखा कि इसके जरिए हम टीचर्स, आप लोगों को भी एम्पावर करना चाहते हैं, जिससे कि आपका और स्टूडेंट का कनेक्शन, बर्नआउट कम होना, और आपका एक satisfaction towards teaching बढ़े, क्योंकि I know it's a hard job, teaching is very difficult, demanding, so इन चीजों को in a summary जो अब तक हमने बात की, ये okay, sorry, okay, I will go quick। so ये टूल किट के बारे में आपको बताना चाहती हूँ। ये हमने डिजाइन की है सामर्थ्य में, मैंने जो कैसल के जो फ्रेमवर्क आपको दिखाया था उसके बेसिस पे, जो रिसर्च बेस्ड टूल किट है ये, इसमें हमने सारे बच्चों के लिए बनाई है ये, नॉट जस्ट चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटीज, इट कैन बी इम्प्लीमेंटेड इन एनी क्लासरूम ग्रेड्स 1 through 5, एंड इसमें हमने एम्पैथी को एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट लेकर एक्टिविटीज डिजाइन की है। तो एक डिजिटल टूल किट है, इसको आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, मैं अभी आपको स्कैन कोड शेयर करूंगी। You can just download it for free and try it out. So हर activity is digital. मतलब आप उस पर क्लिक करेंगे तो आपको activity का पूरा डिटेल आ जाएगा, lesson plan मिलेगा, and you just have to implement and give me feedback. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगेगा अगर आप implement करें और मुझे बताएं कि इसमें आपको क्या बेनिफिट लगा, क्या ये एक्टिविटी करने लायक थी, क्या ये इजी थी, क्या ये डिफिकल्ट थी, आपके बच्चों ने किस तरीके से रिस्पॉन्ड किया। और इसमें 4 चैप्टर्स हैं, 4 थीम्स हैं: स्ट्रेंथनिंग आइडेंटिटी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग इमोशंस, कल्टिवेटिंग अ सपोर्टिव क्लासरूम और एक डेवलपिंग अ ग्रोथ माइंडसेट। तो सिंस आई डोंट हैव टाइम, मैं इसमें डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी, बट आप इसको क्लिक कर सकते हैं। इसमें एक सिंपल रजिस्ट्रेशन फॉर्म आएगा, 3 या 4 क्वेश्चंस का। मुझे जैसे आपकी ईमेल मिलेगी, आई विल शेयर द गूगल फोल्डर विद यू, जिसमें 2 टूल किट्स मिलेंगी, एक ग्रेड्स 1 और 2 के लिए है, एक ग्रेड्स 3 और 5 के लिए है। और ये मैंने इसी हिसाब से डिजाइन किए थे कि किसी भी क्लासरूम में इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द डिसेबिलिटी कंडीशन एससीएल को क्लासरूम में कैसे इंजेक्ट किया जा सकता है। तो आई ट्राई टू डू माय वर्क ताकि आपका काम कम पड़ सके और आप सीधा एक्टिविटी लेकर चूज कर सकते हैं कि इन 4 चैप्टर्स में से आपको किस चीज पे फोकस करना है, डिपेंडिंग ऑन आपके बच्चों की एज, आपकी नीड, आपका क्लासरूम एनवायरनमेंट। प्लीज डू ट्राई द टूलकिट and give me feedback as to how it was for you. And सामर्थ्य का मैं information थोड़ा देना चाहती हूँ। We are a non-profit organization, हम बानियर में हैं। We work with children with neurodiversity and हम लोग one-on-one interventions देते हैं, group interventions देते हैं, and you'll see that building inclusive classrooms with SEL and LEND. You will see that at the bottom. Services for schools. हम लोग टीचर ट्रेनिंग भी करते हैं, particularly on SEL using this toolkit। कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर स्कूल में SEL के ऊपर उतना ही फोकस किया जाना चाहिए, and not just special schools, all schools, every single school, every single student deserves rich SEL learning, क्योंकि ये हमारी लर्निंग की फंडामेंटल कोर है। इसके बिना लर्निंग नहीं होनी चाहिए ऑनेस्टली। तो ये हमारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं, ये मेरी इंफॉर्मेशन है। प्लीज टेक अ पिक्चर, मेरा नंबर है इस पे, आप मुझे मैसेज करिए अगर आपको पर्टिकुलरली एससीएल के बारे में कुछ और जानना हो, बिकॉज आई नो 45 मिनट्स बहुत ही कम टाइम है कुछ भी शेयर करने के लिए। आई होप आई हैव बीन एबल टू कन्विंस यू एंड शेयर कि व्हाई इट इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट, एंड द टूलकिट इज अ रिसोर्स जो मैं आपके साथ आज शेयर करना चाहती थी। आप अपना टाइम लेकर उसको देखें, इम्प्लीमेंट करें, ट्राई करें। प्लीज गिव मी फीडबैक, लेट मी नो। अगर आप और इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहते हैं और ट्रेनिंग चाहते हैं, दैट आल्सो विल बी हैप्पी टू डू। एंड आई थिंक आई जस्ट वांट टू एंड बाय सेइंग आई थिंक इंक्लूजन तभी सक्सेसफुल होता है जब हर बच्चे की इमोशनल नीड along with their academic need fulfilled होती है, right? Would you agree? Every single child. So again I say disability diagnosis की बात नहीं है, ये हर बच्चे के लिए is important, and I want to thank you for being the kind of educators, आप जिस तरीके के educators हैं, आप इतनी मेहनत करते हैं, जो sitting here learning, जो हर रोज इन बच्चों को चूज करते हैं, हर रोज इंक्लूजन को चूज करते हैं, हर रोज अपने आप को इम्प्रूव करना चूज करते हैं। So thank you for being here, and if you need me, you have my information. Please connect with me. I would love to connect with all of you. Thank you so much for your time. So, आपको जानना था कि एक
can I have the answer in English, please? Okay, my question is, I mean, I can understand Hindi, but I'm very pertinent for this particular answer. You were talking about doing this program both in India and as well as in the US. It looks like a kind of a clinical setup of what you were explaining. It's not a school, right? It's a clinical setup.
No. This toolkit is designed for India only. So this is not being used in the US. So we piloted it in schools in India, and we created based on the CASTLE framework, we created the toolkit. The US work was the CASTLE study. That's not done by us. That's a national study, federally funded study in the US. But the support for the data comes from that study as to what elements should be used in the toolkit. So the toolkit was designed that evidence essentially.
Okay, so the toolkit is available for the Indian schools.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. And we actually created the activities with Indian children in mind, with the kind of stories. And one more thing, thank you for saying, ये toolkit अभी इंग्लिश में है, इसको हम ट्रांसलेट ही कर रहे हैं मराठी and हिंदी में. Just so you know, but हमारा first start was in English, and now we are working to get it translated in other languages also. It's a fully digital toolkit. There is no nothing you have to print. It's all online.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
After lunch, it's really very difficult to come back to the technical session. And you got an excellent topic as well as excellent speaker like Madam. And really, we have thoroughly enjoyed. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. So, Madam has more on relationship and decision making, which helps in inclusive education. Also, she explained the various benefits of ACL in classroom setup. And she explained why ACL is required in NEP 2020. So, before we conclude, we can have any questions? No? So, I'm requesting my co-chair to conclude. Yes.
Thank you so much, Sharmila. I got a feeling that these techniques that you mentioned are not only useful for children but also for adults. So if we actually start early with children, I'm sure we are going to have mature adults as we grow. So thanks for introducing us, and I'm sure all of us will benefit from your toolkit. I am certainly going to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you to all of you.
Looks like we have a question. Sorry.
Yes, yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Before trying to use SEL in classroom, I think that the each and every educator should know about students' negative emotions, particularly where student can express his or her emotions in a mixed way, in terms of anger, rage, and negative expressions. So, without segregation and identification such kind of emotions, I don't think so. Each and every educator will identify exact emotion of the student and particularly use the SEL, whatever you are looking. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for that part. I think part of the thing comes in the self-awareness. It's for the child as well as for the educator, like Nan said rightly. I think environment ही classroom का ऐसा बनाना पड़ेगा जहाँ awareness हो और उसके पर काम किया जाए. So not to ignore and not to brush off emotions. Correct, correct. Correct, correct. And that's part of that self-awareness. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful and very interesting and exciting presentation. Now I would request Dr. Prasenjit Muzumdar sir to present a token of gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Shivani Pandit ma'am. Shivani Pandit ma'am, please come on stage. Big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Chitra Buzurg ma'am to offer a token of gratitude to Dr. Prasenjit Muzumdar sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Mrudula madam to present a token of gratitude to the Chitra Buzurg ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, audience, for your patient listening. And and I hand over this mic to for next proceeding to Nisha ma'am.
Thank you, Anuradha ma'am. Before proceeding with our next session, I would like to make a small announcement that on 10th of January, there is an arrangement for a visit to Swarnath Pusarkar Center, which is a unique project of a mother and child residential program for the intervention of hearing impaired child of age 3 to 6 years. So whoever is interested, please register your name to Mrs. Murthy Kulkarni ma'am or Kavita Khare ma'am. Thank you. Now moving ahead with our next session, I would like to call upon co-chairperson of this session, that is Dr. Renu Malviya, who is a HOD Education of University of Delhi, former Dean Behavioral Sciences, SGT University, and Director of Parikrama India. So I request Dr. Renu Malviya ma'am to please come on stage and be seated. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Avinash Vachasundar Sir, ENT surgeon and founder of Cochlea Pune for Hearing and Speech, and GC and EC member of AYJNISHD National Institute of Hearing and Speech Hearing Disability. I request Dr. Avinash Vachasundar Sir to please come on stage. The speaker for this session is Dr. Suman Kumar. I'll take this opportunity to introduce him. Dr. Suman Kumar is a distinguished academician, clinician, and administrator in the field of audiology, speech, and language pathology, currently serving as director in AYJNISHD National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Mumbai. With over 2 decades of professional experience, he holds PhD in audiology and speech language pathology, along with postgraduate qualification in audiology and speech rehabilitation and linguistics. Dr. Kumar has served in diverse academic, clinical, regulatory, and administrative roles across premier institutions in India and abroad, including significant tenures at AYJNISD, its regional centers, and the Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. A prolific national and international publications contributed to textbook and policy documents, guided several doctoral and prestigious academic awards. His contributions to curriculum development, inclusive education, disability policy, professional regulation, and capacity building have had a lasting impact on the field of rehabilitation sciences in India. So I request Dr. Suman Kumar to please take over. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, and all. Respected chair and co-chair. And I'm sorry, just after the lunch, and my madam has talked lot about teaching social emotional learning, but I'm not going to teach everything. I'm just going to share whatever is available. And much has been done by our chief guest today, so my work has been made much more easier because Sir has talked a lot about the policies and regulations, what
crore children, pre-primary to class 12, and children with special needs in NCED is about 2.11 billion. Saying that in Maharashtra we have about 2.15 lakh inmates. 1.17 million children are below 6 to 14, that is under RT, are not enrolled in any schools. And estimated number of children with special needs in special school is about 50,000, but that is also not very exact data. And UNESCO report says that there are 12% dropout among these. So if you consider the data and the role and responsibility and the goal with which we are trying to proceed, we need to look into all these things and how to overcome such issues. Education in India is undergoing transforming shift. Madam has already talked about the many aspects and national education policies. Implementation has given many ways in these directions, and we are trying to go for inclusive education. First time inclusive education was defined in RPW, had not defined, but it has been defined now. The focus is from moving away from isolated service delivery towards a unified and inclusive educational framework for the future. Like we are not going with independent institutions, we are going with inclusive institutions which will have more than one discipline. So these transitions reflects the government's vision how to have a equitable, accessible, and inclusive education system for everybody. And legal other policies and initiatives which we see about this sector, that is in disability. We had a 1995 Act, then we had National Trust Act, then we had national policies from 2006 onwards, and then right to education, then rights of persons with disabilities, and then recently we had national education policies. So these have given us an insight, or these have paved the way for how to move forward and how to look into the domains of inclusive education and what best can be done to achieve uh, this inclusive education and overcome the dropouts. So if we look into each aspects like the national policy for persons with disability, there is a provisions for mainstream schooling, support services, and special educators, teacher training in inclusive school or education, accessible learning materials, early identification and intervention, barrier-free infrastructure. Current status is that we have about 2.11 million in mainstream schools, and in special schools we have about 50,000. Challenges: there are high dropouts, still lack of trained teachers, accessibility issue. Progress: we have increased the enrollment, but retention and outcomes still a big concern in this area, in spite of having this for last 2 decades. If you look into the Right to Education Act, which made the provisions for free and compulsory education up to 14 years, 6 to 14 years, not up to 14 years, 6 to 14 years. And this provides avenue for, we cannot deny that this. Earlier, on the basis of disability, admissions were denied. Now also it is being denied, but if parents are informed, they can get the right detention and expulsion. All these things have been provided, even discrimination has been provided because of the right to education. And then we have 55% reservations for economically weaker section in private aided schools also. Whether they enroll or not, that is the question we need to introspect and we need to ask also. Focus on children with from disadvantaged group and weaker sectors. So it was not only disability, it was also the other sectors also which are disadvantaged, which were included in Article. Current status: we have increased the enrollment. We are having lot of children in the school. Improved school infrastructure. Primarily, it has been the physical infrastructure which has improved. Teacher training and inclusive education is being taken up in pockets. It's not still nationwide, I would say, initiative. The teacher training program in more special schools, if you say, special education centers have increased in many folds. The batches, if you consider, it has crossed over 1,000 batches in special education. If you consider diploma, bachelor, and master level programs in different disciplines, not only here, intellectual disabilities, physical learning disability, autism, and other disabilities. Progress made so far is that there are children in regular schools, whether they are benefiting or not, that needs to be assessed. Assistive devices and learning aids are being provided. Community awareness has increased. Monitoring system has improved, but it is yet to improve. It is not very well defined, but it has, of course, improved from the what it was earlier. Challenges is that we have a lack of special education teachers, inaccessible infrastructure is still there, high dropout rates, especially for children with disability, needs for accessible learning materials. This has been brought down after implementation of RPWD Act because all the materials have been made compulsory in accessible form. RPWD Act, if you look into and if we see particularly the inclusive education section, they have equal education for all up to 18 years, 6 to 18 years. Accessible schools, no discrimination. Many schools still are inaccessible, lack of special educators, though we have got lot of judgments. We are happy about the judgment, but judgment is yet to be implemented in letter and state. There are lot of hiccups from both the sides, not only from the uh, authority as well as from the professional side. Future challenges are that full implementation of RPWD Act is not even has happened in many of the states. Training of teachers are having in kids and cases. Changing attitude is big concern. Progress rate, we can say that facilities have improved. Inclusive education, we are saying that classrooms have become inclusive, but whether the person who is transacting the curriculum are aware about the inclusive education, where they are taking the interest in considering those children who are enrolled in that class. Awareness program has to be done from lower level to higher level, and it has to be a continuous effort. It's not one time because uh, disability is the area where I have personally felt that only those individuals who are working or who have a close relative who have a difficulty or disability will only realize or will look into the information for disability. Otherwise, nobody looks into these areas and it is very neglected as of now also. National education policies, they have given strong focus on equity and inclusion. Socio-economically disadvantaged group are highlighted. Gender inclusion fund and special education zones. Emphasis on flexible curriculum, multilingualism and holistic development. मातृभाषा की बात हुई है, हम मातृभाषा में लेके जाएंगे। हमारे अपने भारतीय जो संस्कृति है उसके अनुसार शिक्षा होना चाहिए, ये सबका प्रावधान है। एग्जिट की प्रावधान है कि हम अलग अलग लेवल का एजुकेशन होगा, ड्यूरेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन होगी, उसमें हम अलग अलग एग्जिट का प्रोविजन करेंगे। अभी ऑलमोस्ट आज 5 साल खत्म हो गए, शायद इस साल उसका इवैल्यूएशन भी होना है कि कितना हमने प्रोग्रेस किया, कितना बाकी है। तो अभी इसमें एक्सेसिबल स्कूल्स का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इम्प्रूव तो हुआ है, प्री स्कूल और प्री सर्विस और इन सर्विस ट्रेनिंग भी चल रहे हैं, लेकिन सब जगह नहीं चल रहे हैं। कहीं कहीं पे प्रोएक्टिव है, कहीं पे प्रोएक्टिव नहीं है। जैसे हमारे महाराष्ट्र में अभी के आने के बाद से पिछले 5-6 महीने बहुत हुआ, पहले भी हुआ था, लेकिन अभी जो पेस पकड़ा है उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें हो रही है। और जो जेन्युइन नहीं थे उनके लिए तकलीफ हो रहा है, जो जेन्युइन थे उनके लिए अच्छा हो रहा है, क्योंकि वो उनके काम, उनके जो एक्टिविटीज है उनको फैसिलिटेट किया जा रहा है। और जो जेन्युइन नहीं थे उनके लिए प्रॉब्लम हो रही है और आगे भी होगी, जैसा सर का मानना है कि अगर काम ठीक से नहीं हुआ तो हम चीजों को रिफाइन करेंगे या तो बंद करेंगे या उसको अलग लेके जाएंगे। करंट स्टेटस है कि गैप्स इन स्कूल एक्सेसिबिलिटी, शॉर्टेज ऑफ स्पेशल एजुकेटर सबके साथ चलता आ रहा है। इनकंसिस्टेंट करिकुलम एडेप्टेशन, नीड फॉर बेटर मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम, क्योंकि स्कूल जो एजुकेशन है स्टेट सब्जेक्ट्स है, फंडिंग सेंटर से होती है, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेट से होती है, तो मॉनिटरिंग बड़ी इशू हो जाती है, क्योंकि सब कुछ मॉनिटर करना सेंटर से पॉसिबल नहीं है, इसलिए फेडरल सिस्टम को बनाया गया है। फुल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ इंक्लूसिव पॉलिसीज थोड़ा चैलेंजेस है, क्योंकि हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हर डिसिप्लिन का एक स्पेसिफिक हो, क्योंकि ओवरऑल हम नहीं बना पा रहे हैं या फिर नहीं सोच पा रहे हैं कि हम एक डोमेन को देखें और उनका जो तरीका है उसको अलग अलग कर दें, लेकिन हम अभी पूरे डिसेबिलिटी को पर से अलग अलग देख रहे हैं, तो उसको एक तरह देखने की जरूरत है। एडवांस टीचर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम इंक्लूसिव मेथड सस्टेनेबल रिसोर्स एंड सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट चेंजिंग सोसाइटल एटीट्यूड टुवर्ड्स इंक्लूसिविटी। अभी भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जैसे अगर आप जाएंगे पुलिस के पास कुछ हेल्प के लिए या कोई साइन लैंग्वेज का बच्चा चला गया या कोई पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी चले गए, तो वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना चाहते, लेना नहीं चाहते उनके कोई भी चीज़ों एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना चाहते, कोई कंप्लेन कोई सजेशंस तो हमारे पास आ जाते हैं कि हम वेटिंग जोन में लगाना चाहते हैं, आप मुझे लिख करके दो कि आप पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी है, वेटिंग जोन में आप लगा सकते हैं, अपना बिजनेस कर सकते हैं। तो वेटिंग जोन में आप कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फुटपाथ तो नहीं कर सकते। ये बात हो जाकर तो वहाँ नहीं समझा पाते हैं, तो हमारे पास आ जाते हैं। हमारे पास आते हैं, हमारे पास सिस्टम है कि हम उनसे बात कर लेते हैं, उनको समझा पाते हैं, कुछ समझ जाते हैं, कुछ नहीं समझते। लेकिन ये सिस्टम जहाँ पे होना चाहिए, जहाँ से उनको रिजॉल्व करना चाहिए, वो नहीं हो पाता है। तो फिर क्या होता है, उनमें एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन आता है, उनको भी एक दिक्कत हो जाती है, तो फिर वो कहीं ना कहीं दूसरी तरह से निकलता है, जिससे क्या होता है कि उनको लगता है कि सिस्टम हमारे लिए सपोर्टिव नहीं है। इससे सबको फ्रॉम ग्रास रूट टू टॉप लेवल सबको बताना पड़ेगा क्या चाहिए, क्या नहीं चाहिए, क्या जुडिशियली पॉसिबल है और क्या नया सेंटर नहीं है, वो भी बताने की जरूरत है। समग्र शिक्षा अभियान सब लोग जानते हैं कि इनको बंद कर दिया गया, आईसीसी को आरएमसी को बंद कर दिया गया। इनका गोल ही था कि सबको सब पढ़े सब पढ़े। अब उसमें कुछ कुछ बहुत हद तक हम लोगों ने किया, लेकिन अभी कुछ सालों से उसमें भी बहुत स्टैग्नेंट हो गया, क्योंकि जो इनरोलमेंट है, जो फंडिंग है, वो भी अलग अलग तरह से हो रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स बेस्ड हो रहे हैं। इसके कारण क्या हो रहा है कि इसमें जो स्टेट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो बढ़ गई है, और इसमें थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा इन्वॉल्वमेंट कम हो गया है, क्योंकि इसका फिर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में उसका इफेक्ट दिख रहा है, इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं हो रहे हैं, रिक्रूटमेंट भी नहीं हो रहे हैं, तो एजुकेशन में भी उसका इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है। तो इसका जो गोल था उसमें तक कैसे हम इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन को बढ़ाएं, कैसे हम ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट बनाएं कि जिससे सबको सुविधा हो। जैसे आप लोग बोलते हैं लिफ्ट की जरूरत सिर्फ पड़ती है पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी, आज देखता हूँ फर्स्ट फ्लोर जाने के लिए हम लोग भी खड़े हो जाते हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो सिर्फ एक्सेसिबिलिटी बनाई जाती है पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी को, सब लोग यूज करते हैं। पब्लिक एड्रेस सिस्टम में बोलते हैं कि नहीं ये सिर्फ उनको देना चाहिए जिनको पर्सन विद शेयरिंग इम्प्लॉयमेंट है, तो सब लोग सुनेंगे, नहीं तो फिर आप चिल्लाएं, आपका आवाज जाएगा। लेकिन आजकल जो डिवाइसेस बने, सिस्टम बने, वो सबके लिए जरूरत पड़ रही है। ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए जरूरत पड़ती है, कहीं ना कहीं हम अगर अपना पैर तोड़ते हैं तो क्रैचेस हमें भी लगानी पड़ती है, तो हमें भी पता चलता है कि कुछ क्रैचेस लगाने में होता क्या है। लेकिन अगर हमारे पास वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती तो हम समझते नहीं कि सामने वाले को क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। हम तो सिर्फ मजाक भी बनाते हैं उनको, और उनको उनसे एड्रेस भी करते हैं। सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करने के लिए CWSS था, उसमें एक्सेस में क्या चाहिए आपको, क्या चाहिए, क्या है, कौन सी एकोमोडेशन की जरूरत है उनको, उसको भी ध्यान में रखा गया है। इसमें टीचर कैपेबिलिटी की ट्रेनिंग सब होती है इसमें, लेकिन कोई जो स्टेट्स हैं बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं इसके ऊपर, उन्होंने बहुत सारी जगह से यूनिसेफ से बहुत सारी जगह को ला करके अपने टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और अगले इसके ऊपर बहुत बात चली आज इनॉग्रेशन सेशन में, बहुत जरूरी है, नहीं तो फिर इंक्लूजन का जो मेन उद्देश्य है वो पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे। बैरियर फ्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो चाहिए, वो कहीं अभी बन रहा है, रैंक बन जाते हैं, उसके बाद खत्म हो जाते हैं। प्रोग्रेस अभी तक जो हुआ है उसमें इंटीग्रेशन हो रहा है, इंक्लूजन बोलेंगे, इंटीग्रेशन तो अभी बन नहीं सकते हमने, लेकिन इंटीग्रेशन थोड़ा जरूरी था, उसके बाद इंक्लूजन होना तो ज्यादा अच्छा था, क्योंकि हम इंपावर करके डालते हैं, लेकिन अब हम बिना इंपावर करके इंक्लूजन कर रहे हैं। असेसमेंट एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैंप्स होते हैं, सब जगह होते हैं, एसएससी के साथ भी हो रहे हैं और दूसरे तरह से भी होते हैं। सपोर्ट सर्विसेज बढ़ रहे हैं, इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स हो रहे हैं स्कूल्स में, और स्पेशल प्रोग्राम्स बन रहे हैं जिनको इंक्लूजन के ऊपर, स्पेशल नीड्स के ऊपर एक सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स था, फिर दूसरा 6 महीने का कोर्स बना, फिर अभी जो करिकुलम है उसमें इंक्लूजन के ऊपर इवन एनसीईआरटी के करिकुलम में एक सब्जेक्ट डाल दिया गया इंक्लूजन के ऊपर, जो पहले नहीं था। एक आपका 2016 के बाद से उसमें डाला गया। आई थिंक मैडम उसमें पार्ट थी, दोनों तरफ पार्ट थी, मैडम को इधर भी रखा जाता था और डिसेबिलिटी में भी रखा जाता था, नॉन डिसेबिलिटी में भी रखा जाता था। चैलेंजेस अभी जो है अनइवन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, जैसा आपने बोला, कोई अच्छा हो रहा है कहीं पे अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है, और क्लस्टर्स रख रहे हैं, जिससे प्रॉब्लम होता है कि आप एक आदमी को सब जगह करना पॉसिबल नहीं होता। गैप इन ट्रेंड स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स एंड कंटिन्यूअस प्रोफेशनल सपोर्ट नहीं, कहीं पे अगर पर्सनल हियरिंग इम्पेयर के लिए टीचर्स हैं तो अगर वहाँ पे विजुअल इम्पेयरमेंट है तो उसके लिए प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, आईडीटी के बच्चे हैं तो उसके लिए प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। इसका एक सोल्यूशन हमें ढूंढना पड़ेगा कैसे और उनको सिखाया जाए। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एक्सेसिबिलिटी स्टिल नॉट इन ऑल स्कूल्स, मॉनिटरिंग लिमिटेड है, डाटा सिस्टम तो अभी भी हमारा सिंक्रोनाइज नहीं है, हम लोग साइलो में काम करते हैं। कम्युनिटी सपोर्ट अभी भी जरूरी है, पेरेंट्स चाहिए। रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट तो है और कुछ बनाया भी जाता है, ऐसा नहीं कि रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट हमारे देश में है, कुछ चीज़ों को जानबूझकर बनाया जाता है ताकि चीज़ों को रोका जाए या चीज़ों को होने से बंद कर दिया जाए उसको, ताकि हम बोल सके कि इसका है नहीं, कुछ नहीं कर सकते। अब एक नया इनिशिएटिव हुआ पीएम श्री एंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, पीएम श्री स्कूल्स जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की इनिशिएटिव है, जिसमें उन्होंने 14,500 स्कूल्स का किया है और इसमें पीएम स्कूल्स फॉर राइजिंग इंडिया, इसलिए इसका नाम पीएम श्री दिया गया और ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की स्कीम्स है और ये एनईपी के अलाइनमेंट के कारण इसको लाया गया है और इसमें कोशिश ये की गई है कि जैसे केंद्रीय विद्यालय है, नवोदय विद्यालय, उनके लाइन पे भी स्कूल्स बनाया जाए ताकि वहाँ पे इक्विटेबल एंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन दी जाए और बैरियर फ्री हो, एक्सेसिबल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, कॉम्पिटेंस बेस्ड पेडागोजी हो, आईसीटी एनेबल्ड लर्निंग हो, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो, हेल्थ वेलनेस एंड काउंसलिंग का भी प्रोविजन हो वहाँ पे और model demonstration of inclusive practices, improved access and participation of children with special needs, technology supports for diverse learning, ये सब की प्रोविजंस उसमें की गई है ताकि जो छूट गए हैं उनको कैसे इंक्लूड किया जाए और कैसे आगे उनको बढ़ाया। गवर्नमेंट जो सपोर्ट्स है फॉर इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, आपने देखा है लीगल फ्रेमवर्क्स हैं, फ्री एंड कंपल्सरी एजुकेशन का दिया गया है और 5% रिजर्वेशन दिए गए हैं, फिर आपके स्कॉलरशिप्स हैं, आपको प्री मैट्रिक स्कॉलरशिप है, पोस्ट मैट्रिक स्कॉलरशिप है, ओवरसीज स्कॉलरशिप्स हैं, मास्टर के लिए स्कॉलरशिप्स हैं, बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस है जिसको हम कर सकते हैं। रीजनेबल एकोमोडेशंस भी हैं, करिकुलम फ्लेक्सिबल करिकुलम है, एक्स्ट्रा टाइम दिया गया है आपको नॉर्मल एग्जामिनेशन के लिए भी और कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जामिनेशन के लिए भी दी गई है, असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी का भी दिया गया है कि आपको मोटराइज साइकिल से लेकर के ये रिगेट सब दिए जा रहे हैं। तो ये गवर्नमेंट की प्रोविजंस हैं और अभी आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट के बाद जितने भी कंटेंट हैं उनको एक्सेसिबल मोड में आना चाहिए, सब में आना चाहिए और हर चीज में आपको एक्सेसिबिलिटी का प्रोविजंस रखना चाहिए ताकि वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, एजुकेशन हो, आपका एंटरटेनमेंट हो, स्पोर्ट्स हो, सब में आपको एक्सेसिबल रखना पड़ेगा, सबको इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी देना पड़ेगा। और बहुत सारे जो प्रोग्राम्स आए हैं एनसीईआरटी के आए हैं उसमें भी इन्होंने एक्सेसिबल कंटेंट डाले हैं, बहुत सारे अलग दूसरे जो नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उन्होंने भी अलग अलग प्रोग्राम्स बनाए हैं जो इंक्लूसिविटी को सपोर्ट करता है। प्रैक्टिसेस अगली स्क्रीनिंग आइडेंटिफिकेशन जरूरी है। अभी हम लोग न्यूबॉर्न हेयरिंग स्क्रीनिंग के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं पे शुरू हो गया, कहीं स्टेट लेवल पे चल रहा है, कहीं कहीं पॉकेट में चल रहा है, पुणे में भी चल रहा है, लेकिन कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स करते हैं, कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स नहीं करते हैं। तो अगली स्क्रीनिंग अगर हो तो अगले आइडेंटिफिकेशन होंगे और स्कूल रेडनेस प्रोग्राम जैसे हमारा क्रॉस डिसेबिलिटी अर्ली इंटरवेंशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो स्कीम है, सिक्टर स्कीम के अंदर चल रहा है, उसमें हम लोग की बात कर रहे हैं ताकि हम इंक्लूजन को फैसिलिटेट कर सकें। टीचिंग हम रखें और कोलैबोरेटिव मॉडल रखें, को टीचिंग और कोलैबोरेटिव मॉडल जहाँ पे दोनों जनरल टीचर और स्पेशल एजुकेशन टीचर रहे ताकि हम बच्चों को अच्छी तरह से शिक्षा दे सकें। पार्टनरशिप विद एनजीओ और इनोवेशन, अभी हमारे पास भी बहुत सारे इनोवेशन के काम चल रहे हैं, एआई के ऊपर काम चल रहे हैं। एक्टिव स्कूल मैनेजमेंट कमेटी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात हुई, अकाउंटेबिलिटी होना जरूरी है। हमारे चीफ गेस्ट ने बोला कि अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं होगी तो उपलब्ध हो जाएगी। तो आप रूल्स बनाएंगे, उसकी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होगी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी फिक्स होगी और ऑडिट भी होनी चाहिए। ऑडिट होगा तो हम जितने भी शॉर्ट टर्म्स है उसको हम इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, कुछ ऐड कर सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर ऑडिट नहीं है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है, तो आप जितने भी रूल्स बनाएंगे, जितने भी पॉलिसीज बनाएंगे, वो ज़्यादा सक्सेस नहीं हो पाएंगे। डेमोक्रेटिक इंक्लूसिव प्रैक्टिसेस के ऊपर आप लोग ध्यान दे सकते हैं। बड़ी सिस्टम एंड कंट्री, जैसे मैडम ने बोला, सोशियो इमोशनल लर्निंग के बारे में बात करें, तो ये सब चीज़ों का इसलिए जरूरी है ताकि हम उसको इंक्लूजन की तरफ लेके फुली इंटीग्रेट हम कर पाए अपने सोसाइटी में। हैंड होल्डिंग एट एवरी स्टेज इज आल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। पेरेंट्स के लिए उनको रखना जरूरी है, उनको ट्रेनिंग जरूरी है, उनको उनके साथ अगर हम नेटवर्क करके रखते हैं, उनको हम अपने पार्ट में रखते हैं, तो हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा हो। कंटिन्यूस अपस्किलिंग ऑफ स्पेशल फीचर्स इन टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड इंक्लूसिव टीचिंग जरूरी है, इसलिए हम लोग सीआरई प्रोग्राम करते हैं। अब तो हमारे भारतीय पुनर्वास परिषद ने 2 साल बढ़ा दिया, तो हम भी थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स हो गए। इसलिए लोगों को बुलाना पड़ता था, पहले लोग बुलाते ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को कि आप करो, अभी हमें बुलाना पड़ता है कि आप आइए हमारा पार्टिसिपेट करिए। तो ये अपस्किलिंग का था पर्पस, सीआरई का पर्पस है अपस्किलिंग था, लेकिन अब वो कहीं और जा रहा है। Creation of virtual national communities of practice for special educators, like online platform for collaboration and peer learning, sharing best practices, resource and case studies. All these things can be considered for empowering our stakeholders and also improving this. Promotion of PDL मैडम ने बोला, उससे ज़्यादा कुछ बोलेंगे नहीं। Hybrid support models combining in school and daily special education, those who are not able to avail, that can be considered. Student-centric transition planning for higher education, sharing research-driven inclusive practices as evidence-based intervention, inclusive assessment reform using flexible and multimodal evaluation. We should get away from this the static one. We have to have. We should introduce dynamic systems so that we can assess the actual competency of the individual. Advocacy for future-ready inclusive policies aligned with NEP 2020. Development of open resource inclusive learning resources. Leadership development program for special educators as inclusion champions. The path forward and systems definitely increased and target budget for inclusive education. Stronger monitoring and accountability mechanism. Streamlined procedure for aid, supplies and support services. Now also we do not have any streamlined procedures. We have provisions, but sometimes it is available, sometimes it is not available, sometimes people have to move around, sometimes people are deliberately not provided. So we have provisions for having self-declaration of income, but we insist on income certificate. This is also one kind of harassment to the person with disability and their parents. Periodic quality audits of inclusive practice in school, that is one of the important parts. Then, if you consider about capacity, technology, and mindset, expand special education training and create career pathways. Now we have difficulties in getting students. Many of our teacher and colleagues would agree that we have to counsel the applicants to join the program. So we need to have a clear-cut career pathway and the employment opportunities. High quality mandatory in-service training for all educators. Improve digital infrastructure and India-specific assistive technology. We bring it from other places and then we try to incorporate in our system, which becomes very difficult because we are entirely different in terms of culture, language, social aspects. So multilingual, culturally relevant content for diverse learners, public campaign to reduce stigma and celebrate diversity. This is one of the important aspects. Many of our organizations have come up with awareness video. I think Smita Madam has developed 2 videos on public awareness which will work in this aspect, and there are many more videos in other languages. Evidence-based and context-specific approaches. Rigorous research on what works in Indian classroom also needs to be assessed. Documentation and dissemination of best practice. Data-driven refinement of schemes and norms. Learning from international experiences to Indian, adapted to Indian realities. We have 5 speakers from abroad who give their insight about what is being done in their context and how best we can implement those things for betterment of our stakeholders. Conclusion, inclusive class, so for all should reflect everything. Fine. Okay. And this dignity and quality education for every learner. We are talking about only disability, even the so-called normal also have a difficulty in learning. And we do not have any bad feeling about that. But if I am a person with disability and if I am not able to compete, I will be labeled differently, I will be looked at differently. So this also needs to be looked into. And we have to also see through the different acts, provisions, the policies, and the new initiative which government has taken, how best we can use those things in moving towards the inclusion and actual implementation. Continued investment in accessible infrastructure, teacher capacity building. This requires a lot of support from the management. This time, many of our participants may be angry at us because they were forced to come and join these events. But I think this was a part of capacity building, which sir thought that at least in this reason, people should get advantage of what is being conducted today, tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. Flexible curriculum is already there. We have NIOS also. Assistive technology, we need to use that. There are technology, we should not be confining to what I believe is the best, what is available should be given. It should be informed choice, informed consent for the person to choose whether they want to go for X aid or Y aid or X modality or Y modality. We should not be enforcing that you should be only considering one modality, not the other modalities, which is happening in many places. Collaboration with the schools, family, professional, communities are important because parents will be the first line of people who will be facing the heat, and nobody in the real life situations, they feel that they will have a person with disability in their families. So their expectations get shattered, but we have to prepare them with the all real life example, lived example, so that they can also come out from the real and work better for their child along with professional communities, so that everybody is valued equally and they can also, their child can also learn to participate and do better in their life. Thank you.
We have got some time for question and answer. If all there are questions from audience, you are welcome. You are asking timelines. Can you?
So, Suman sir said a lot of things and the lecture was really nice. I have a doubt. So when we talk about RTE, about the EWS sector and about the disability sector and EWS, तो ये दोनों अलग है या क्या है? मतलब the 25% that we are talking about, is it for disability or for EWS sector? What is it?
RPWD Act into implementation. Now you have from 14 to 18 years of free and compulsory education from 6 to 18 at any
neighborhood school, whether it could be regular school or special school. Okay. And apart from that, you also have reservations of 5% in higher education, which is being used by persons with disability. There we do not have any demarcation till now assigned for specific disabilities.
Talking about RTE, so when we talk about the disabled, the 25% students, उनके लिए जो वो है वो it is about free education. तो RPWD के according है या RTE के according है? Then we talk about disability.
पहले RTE था, लेकिन वो 25% अलग है. लेकिन अभी जब से RPWD आ गया है, तो RPWD एक्ट की इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है और उसमें से इनको फ्री कंपल्सरी का प्रोविजंस कर दिया गया है और वो 14 जो था RTE में 14 था उसको 18 तक लिया गया है. Is that is complete available 12%. 12%.
Thank you, Dr. Suman, elaborating all the policies. I would like to highlight little gap into age present. RTE, Right to Education Act says free education from 6 to 14. RPW Act says 6 to 18. So in regular schools, these are special needs children are there, but they get directly promoted. And actually, that 14 to 18 4-year gap is not well utilized. If we give that opportunity to our children to complete that whatever curriculum instead of the 2 years, they make it 1.5 years, it will be more useful because after 14 to 18, what is to be done then? And no detention policy made more complications in that. And we have not really defined anything in that what is to be done from 14 to 18. Whether it's vocational training, whether it's formal training, whether to go with the regular test program. So I request you that you study this problem and develop some guidelines for it.
Ma'am, it's being done, ma'am, right now, at least I can say, for the state of Maharashtra. The transition period, this transition is being done by the government and they are taking this initiative, especially for early identification. Identification and prevention, 0 to 6 also they are taking, and 0 to 18 also, and beyond 18 also they are taking. So there will be guidance soon on vocational also, skill development also, and health also. So all these things will be taken up very shortly, and maybe within 2 to 3 months. Yes, ma'am, but it is the state is going to take up because the state is proactively taking these issues and also trying to overhaul the system, even restructuring the implementing agencies of government, and at least it will go up to taluka level, not only district level, it will go up to the taluka level, even I think beyond also, where they are going to monitor each and every scheme of the government and how best that can be modified if required in the interest of person.
Anybody?
Actually, when we talk about inclusive education, and just now I heard in the presentation, the dropout. Whenever the child drop out from the mainstream school, then what is the government policy and where the child will go after the dropout?
Dropout, they can get enrolled into the system if they are compatible, and they have come up for the ladies. They have come up with the Mount Kasturba school, Kasturba Gandhi, where they are enrolled them
in a residential facilities. And those who are drop out, if they do not have skills, then they should be given pre-vocational or vocational training, and they should be put into the part of transitions where they can be trained for employment rather than putting them back into schools even after their 18 years or 20 years. There will be a lot of issues uh, emotionally and socially also. If you put me back into the system where I need to learn along with my younger uh, colleagues or peers, that will be a problem. So this, depending upon the individual and the age and the capability, that will be decided. That should be decided, and then the future course of action to be considered.
Last, last question.
Sir, I'm sorry I'm asking you this question. You're not really in a position to really give me a proper answer. But adding to this point, when you find children dropping out at the classes of, say, 4 and 5, we find schools have a policy where they cannot retain the child in a particular class. They just have a promotion. At least in Tamil Nadu it happens. You cannot pay your child. You have to keep on promoting the child. It's finally when the child goes to the 9th and 10th that the school suddenly says, oh, this child isn't even fit here, so there the child drops out. If the child who has to drop out at that age, you can teach vocational training. But supposing you're talking about a child in 4th and 5th, how does it work?
That's why I said it depends on the age and the capability of the child. And as Madam said about the detention, so detention is it varies from state to state. Not every state has a similar policies. So if the child, it's not because of child only, there could be other factors also which has made the child not to succeed in that class or have a dropout, or he has dropped out for several reasons. So those also needs to be considered. Why, whether it was not accessible environment, he was not taught properly, or what was the issue, that also needs to be considered before we decide about the future course of action. Like 4 and 5 months, we have to look into it. It's not that one time we decide if he has dropped out and we put them in preschool. I think his capability has to be considered. It's not. It may be not because of his capability. It may be because of the system failure also. It's not only that I am responsible. There are other persons who are around me also responsible for my problem. So that also needs to look into.
What very nice session, and topic was very vast. Kumar has got vast experience in this field, and he tried to make this big topic in very short 45 minutes. Many of you might have got still more questions on this. Personally, I have got all my questions, but I'll just put them, and you all can discuss and have contact with him later on. I personally have a feeling that including, we are seeing increasing. If we consider the school per se, it is feasible to have all types of at least benchmark disabilities, and we have declared 21 disabilities. To have them in a school, how is it possible? That's one. Secondly, Suman Kumar very honestly mentioned in each and every presentation that there is a scarce of teachers. What action we have there for increasing the number of teachers, and that too particularly in rural areas? We don't find anything like that, or there are very less courses, and takers for the courses are very less, and there is no action to promote teachers to go to those courses so that they can get living salaries or some jobs. So no action on that level is seen. That is second. And thirdly, lastly, he also mentioned in his will, there is no monitoring system. You have mentioned the law is there. Everything is there in the writing in the paper. But there is no way of monitoring. Suppose we are running a school, there is no monitoring whether we have got that special educators with us to improve where we can have influence. And last but not the least, we are seeing inclusion. Are there any model schools to show They have got these types of all facilities with them, and they are running wonderfully well. If that would be shown to the public, they will, at least they will know how to conduct that. I think. You can,
Sir, the one you talked about disability, 21 disability, how to manage it. That's the reason I think the training program has to take care of that, which can talk about the modality through which we can train all the children who are there in particular school. Because now I'm specializing in IDD, madam is specializing in autism, somebody else is specializing in EI. So we are working in silo and we don't know what kind of children will be enrolled in my class. So the training should focus on that part, how to impart the uh, classroom teaching for those children. Number one, sir. Number two, I have already mentioned in this, sir, there is no career path. When SSA was implemented, we had lot of vacancies, lot of training programs were there in Maharashtra. I think it was almost more than 30-35, sir, in way back in 2013-14. Now I see only, I think 10-20, not even more than that, because the recruitment has already got stagnant. There is no recruitment. Number one, there is no career path, sir. The payments are also very less if we talk about certain sectors, which I don't want to name, sir. So there are many things which needs to be relooked before we talk about the policies or the provisions which have been laid down about the number of teachers. Now the recruitment of teachers have come in certain states because of the Supreme Court judgments. There also, the state government is also thinking, or the concerned UTs are thinking whether to implement or not to implement because of the financial implications and other things. So they want to assign some part of, percentage of their sanction post to teachers with the special education training program. So there are many things which needs to be considered, sir. And that's the reason in many of our training centers, especially in education, we are not getting full enrollments. For last, I would say at least 5 years, 10 years. And if we have enrollments also, sir, it is from a particular states where either the education have been given equality with general education, or there is a recruitment of special education teachers. Otherwise, sir, if you say at large, it's a very different situation. Thank you.
I'm just coming 2 days back. We're talking about there are no silos of excellence that we have to look for. Yes, we're talking about more of a government setup where we want a job which is like a permanent job, and we are not looking at the role models or those micro experiments at the public, I mean, private spaces. I'm coming from one school 2 days back. That was 50 different special educators. It's a private school, high paying. And there, every class has a collaboration of what we talk about, the general teacher and the special education teachers, and they have specializations of special educators in whichever field required. So it is a possibility. So first of all, we need to move out this idea from ourselves that it's not possible. I've seen it myself. The other point that I would like to say here is, when we talk about, and of course, we are trying to have this cross-disability, it doesn't work so effectively, and there's so many reasons, the teacher training, whether it's general teacher training or special education training, that we require far more intensity from being a teacher educator, I've been a teacher educator for years, right? And from the when you're talking about the inclusion, please let us understand. Let's not throw the baby with the bathtub. Like it happened with the continuous CCE, continuous comprehensive evaluation. Like 2 years, 3 years, we being open. The schools can't stop you, right? Because there's a whole stick behind, there are certain rules that the school can't say no. But they have not even reached the tolerance level. They have to go to the tolerance level, the acceptance level, then the normalization levels. So the ecosystem is just not present. And that is what I said in my lecture in the morning. And that is the same problem that survey face, isn't it? And when you're talking about the support, which certainly is a very important thing, is that when you're talking about support that a child or an individual with disability requires, that is supported by, that is an advantage to everyone. So somewhere we are not able to transact that information. That's what I felt here. And what is important is the career pathways. When I was talking to people here, the seniors here, they're showing the career pathways. So are there any workshops, CREs that we could have on various types of career pathways? So this is what I would like to continue. Amazing number of questions, sir, that you've got. What a wonderful presentation. Thank you.
We will conclude our discussion here. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
participation. Thank you, Suman Kumar ji from Principal. Thank you. And thank you, my co-chairman.
Thank you so much for a wonderful session. Sir, please wait for a minute. I request Dr. Avinash Vachasundar sir to present token of gratitude to Dr. Suman Kumar. I request Dr. Renu Magdia to present token of gratitude to Dr. Avinash Vachasundar sir. We are waiting for a photo, please. Come forward. Thank you so much. I request Mrs. Kavita Khare to present token of gratitude to Dr. Renu Magdia ma'am. Thank you everyone for this wonderful session. Now next session will be taken over by Ms. Chitra ma'am. Please. Dr. Avinash Vachasundar sir, please wait for a minute on the stage. I request Dr. Prakash Pawar sir, Vice Principal of Ferguson College, to please come on stage. Nahi hai? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Over to Chitra ma'am.
थैंक यू निशा। आप सबकी तरफ देख के ऐसे लग रहा है कि आप सब बेसब्री से चाय का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। नहीं, लेकिन सॉरी, एक सेशन के लिए और रुकना पड़ेगा। शुड वी डू स्ट्रेच ब्रेक? सब लोग हाथ ऊपर, नीचे, हाथ ऊपर, नीचे, ऊपर, नीचे। वेरी गुड, क्लैप फॉर योरसेल्व्स। So after these wonderful sessions by the keynote speakers, it is now time to move on to the next part of our conference, which is presentations by the research papers. So we begin with there were actually 3 themes that were given for papers, and there were about 30 papers received. So कुल 3 themes थी जिसके ऊपर presentations भेजने थे, और तकरीबन 30 पेपर्स वहाँ मिले थे NCED को, और उसमें से उन्होंने बेस्ट 11 सिलेक्ट किए हुए हैं, जिनका हम जिसकी शुरुआत आज होगी, और 2 दिन आज कल परसों में ये पूरे 11 पेपर्स, रिसर्च पेपर्स का प्रेजेंटेशन हम सब यहाँ पे देखेंगे, और हमें जरूर उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। तो शुरुआत करते हैं थीम 1. द थीम इज क्रॉस डिसेबिलिटी अप्रोचेस फॉर इक्विटेबल एंड इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम्स. So for this theme, may I now invite the co-chairperson for the theme, Brother Ranjit Mugarasu, Director, the Stephen High School for Deaf and Aphasic, Mumbai. Could you please come on stage? Thank you, sir. Could you please welcome him on stage? I invite the chairperson for this session, Dr. Kishore Mane, Assistant Professor, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Welcome on stage, sir. I would like to now call upon the paper presenters, Sonali Karwarkar, Shanti Rokde, and Bharti Tambe. The presentation today will be made by Sonali Karwarkar, but before that, let's welcome our co-chair and the chairperson. Okay. So I will hand. Yeah, I will hand over the mic to Sonali. But before that, some announcements. The presentation will be for 8 minutes. 8 minutes, and there is a timekeeper here who will make you aware of the time. Right. So over to you, Sonali. All the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sonali Karwarkar, a hearing impaired special educator. Today, along with Mrs. Shanti Rokade and Mrs. Bharti Tambe, I am presenting our study title, Parent Stress and Coping Strategy among Parents of Hearing Impaired Children at COCHLEA, Pune. This study focuses on understanding the level of parent stress and the coping strategy adopted by parents of hearing impaired children studying at COCHLEA, Pune. Background: hearing impaired in early childhood affects communication, learning, and socio-economic development. Early screening and timely intervention improve outcomes. Diagnosis often leads to significant parent stress due to emotional, therapeutic, and financial challenges. Parent stress is multidimensional, and effective coping strategies are essential for better parent and child outcomes. Research gap. Despite growing international literature on parent stress among parents of children with hearing impairment, India-based studies focused simultaneously on parent stress and coping strategy remain limited. There is also insufficient evidence from early intervention and pre-primary services, particularly examine how different levels of parent stress relate to coping patterns. This study attempts to bridge this gap. Significance of study. Understanding parental stress and coping strategies is essential for developing family-centered early intervention models. The findings of this study can help special educators, audiologists, and therapists design targeted parental counseling, stress management program, and psychological support services. Ultimately improve both parent well-being and child outcomes. The aim of the study is to assess parent stress level and coping strategy among parents of hearing impaired children enrolled in early intervention and pre-primary program at COCHLEA, Pune. The objective of this study was to assess parent stress across the domains of parent distress, dysfunctional parent-child interaction, and difficult child characteristics. To identify the coping strategies used by parents of hearing impaired children, to examine the relationship between parent stress level and coping strategies, to compare coping strategies across different levels of parent stress. Methodology. A cross-sectional quantitative research design was adopted. The study was conducted at Swarna School, Cochlea for hearing and speech, which provide early intervention and pre-primary services. The sample considered of 77 parents of children aged 0 to 6 years diagnosed with hearing impairment. Purposes sample was used. Parents of children with multiple disability were excluded. Data was collected using PSS, Parent Stress Scale, to assess parental stress, CSI, coping strategy inventory, to assess engagement and disengagement coping. Ethical approval was obtained, informed consent was taken, and questionnaires were administered in person. Data analysis included descriptive statistics and Spearman correlation coefficient. Descriptive statistics like frequencies, percentages, and means. Person correlation to examine association between stress and coping. Significant set at pi is less than 0.05. SPSS or equivalent software was used for analysis. Result. The analysis focused on parent stress, coping strategies, and their association. Most parent shows average to clinically significant stress, mainly related to parent distress and parent-child interaction. Engagement coping was most commonly used, though disengagement coping was also reported. No significant association was found between stress level and coping strategies. Of the 77 parents reported, 70.1% were mothers, while 29.9% were fathers, indicating a higher participation of female caregivers in early intervention and research activities. Most of the children aged 5 to 7 years, with the highest concentration observed at 6 years, 6 months. Since this is the preschool age, parents may experience increased stress and adopt coping strategies as children learning and communication may become more noticeable. Regarding parental stress, most parents reported average to clinically significant level of total parent stress. A very high stress was obtained in dysfunctional parent-child interaction domain. Stress related to difficult child domains was comparatively low. In the terms of coping strategies, engagement coping was the most commonly used strategy. However, a nearly equal proportion of parents also use disengagement coping. Correlation analysis revealed no statistically significant relationship between parent stress and coping strategies, suggesting that stress levels were largely independent of the type of coping strategy used. Strength and limitations. Strength addresses and under-research areas in Indian context. Use of standardized and valid assessment tool conducted in real early intervention clinical setting. The study had certain limitations. The cross-sectional design limits casual interpretation. Small sample size and progressive sampling reduce generalizability. Self-reported tool may be influenced by social desirability bias. To conclude, parents of hearing impaired children experience considerable level of stress, particularly related to parental stress and parent-child interaction. While many parents adopt adaptive engagement coping strategies, a substantial proportion also rely on disengagement-oriented approaches. These findings highlight the importance of family-centered early intervention programs that affects not only on the child but also on parents' mental health, communication, and coping skill training, thereby promoting better outcomes for both parents and children. We are grateful to Dr. Vachasundar sir and Mrs. Raksha Deshpande madam for their support in conducting the survey. We also thank all the participants for their valuable cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Varun. Thank you very much. Now the session is open for question answer. We will accept only two questions because if there is another participant, another paper presenter, we need your full paper. Where is your full paper? Please provide full paper. Okay, submit.
Any questions from the audience?
Any question?
So the full paper has been submitted to NCED.
Okay. Okay, a question from my side. Was there any previous study conducted on the same topics? And if yes, how is it different from this study and previous study? And what's your finding?
पहले नहीं किया था हमने, लेकिन जब हमने ये स्टडी किया तो हमें कॉपी स्ट्रेटेजी और स्ट्रेस लेवल दोनों का सेम कोरिलेशन नहीं मिला बिकॉज ऑफ हर पेरेंट्स की कोपिंग स्ट्रेटेजी और स्ट्रेस लेवल इंडिपेंडेंट है.
Yeah. I think it's okay. There are no questions. So congratulations on the young researcher for the wonderful study. Now I invite another presenter. Next presenter.
I think the next presenter has not come. So we can have our tea earlier.
Only one presenter.
Only one presentation in this section.
Okay.
So just give me a couple of minutes. Let's also take an opportunity to welcome and thank our chairperson and co-chairperson here.
Thank you for inviting us as a co-chairperson and chairperson. Definitely, we would like to suggest that we will try to why don't we try to publish these papers in a ISBN book, so that the wide circulation of these papers will benefit the other researchers. So, if any initiative will be taken, I will, and the co-chairperson will ready to help for that.
I invite Mrs. Kavita Khare to please come over and thank our co-chairperson, Brother Ranjit Nivarasa. I now request our co-chairperson to thank the chairperson, Dr. Kishore Mane. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. Thank you very much. Just a couple of announcements before we break for tea. आप सबको शायद मालूम होगा कि हमें अटेंडेंस शीट साइन करना कंपलसरी है, तो आज के दिन का अटेंडेंस साइन किए बिना प्लीज कोई जाइए नहीं, क्योंकि ये आरसीआई के आपके सीआरई पॉइंट्स के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। दैट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग। दूसरी चीज ये है कि यहाँ पे एक अभी हमारा दिन खत्म नहीं हुआ है, चाय के बाद आप सबको वापस आना है। Okay. We will second time. Okay. So we will all wait here for some more time. I'm sorry, but we will all wait here for some more time for a group photograph. Right now, before we break for tea. You're all requested to please come back immediately after tea, because we have another interesting session that is lined up as a last session for the concluding session, and I'm sure you don't want to miss it. Can you all please be seated for the photograph? Please don't leave the auditorium yet. आप प्लीज यहाँ बैठ जाइए। यहाँ पे फोटो निकालना जरूरी है, इसलिए आप सब प्लीज बैठ जाइए। Can we invite photographer, sir, to please take your data? आप सबका प्रेजेंस यहाँ रजिस्टर होना बहुत जरूरी है, सो प्लीज रूम छोड़ के मत जाइए। The tea break is for 30 minutes, so please come back by 5 p.m. 5 मिनट तक प्लीज सब यहाँ वापस आ जाएं। 5 बजे तक
काय नको चालू करू
एडमिट करके निमोनिया की दवाई दी बस कान की नर्व्स पूरी बैठी उसको सुनाई देना टोटली बंद हाँ आई तभी ऐसे चाइना पिज्जा में उसको दिखा ये बराबर
All participants are requested to be seated. We are starting with the session soon.
उसके बाद इसके 4 लेवल्स बाद में
I request all the participants to be seated. Please be quick. We are starting with the session. Good evening and welcome to you all in this post-session. Hope everybody is energized by taking tea or coffee and ready for this interesting last session. So today we have with us co-chair of the session as Ms. Aarti Umadkar, who is Indian Sign Language Master Trainer, AYJNISHD Mumbai. Then we have with us as a chairperson, Dr. Kalyani Manke ma'am, Senior Audiologist, Manke Hearing Solutions, Pune. Now I request our today's keynote speaker of this session, Dr. Devasena Desai, Associate Director, Kaveri Counseling, Empowering and Gifted Center, Pune, to please come on stage. It's a great opportunity and my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker of today's session. Dr. Devasena Desai has worked in the area of giftedness for 25 years. She was awarded the Berlin Blank Fellowship to attend their course in gifted education in 2011 from the Berlin Blank Center of Gifted Education at University of Iowa, USA. She is associated with the European Council for Higher Ability, Hungary. Dr. Desai felicited the KGERC team in formulating ideas for different programs and services for gifted children. She is the former adjunct lecturer, Department of Rehabilitation Counselor and Education, Iowa University, USA. She is the country representative for the European Talent Search Network in Hungary. She has worked extensively with gifted adolescent children, parents, and has designed a program in school. She is an executive committee member for Pradhan Mantri Innovative Learning Program for the Ministry of Education. She is in the core committee for the NCERT to enable and design the B.Ed gifted course. She currently represents India as the editorial board member of the Springer book series, Advancing Inclusive and Special Education in the Asia Pacific. She has authored 4 books. One of them is titled Nurturing Buddhiman Children, a practitioner's guide, along with her colleagues Samina Manaswala and Paramita Roy. I request Devasena Desai ma'am to start with her session. Her topic is Giftedness in the Era of Inclusive Education, Nurturing Diverse Potential. Over to you, ma'am, please.
Am I audible? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's a great privilege to be amongst all of you, and I think it's a huge responsibility because we are at the end of the day, and I'm sure we have had so many interesting conversations this morning. I will try to make this as interesting as possible. Hello. Okay. So, Buddhiman children, we use the word gifted a lot, but when we say that, what do you think we feel? We feel very elitist. Elitist means we feel that adult concepts. They must be somebody very different. बहुत होशियार है तो we are not supposed to interact with them. So we are going to use the word Buddhiman intermittently also. Because as Indians, we are using too many Western words, and that makes us feel that as though this is something very separate. Yeah. But today, anyway, I will be talking about a topic which is different from the area that you have been addressing since morning. So Buddhiman children are those who have advanced potential or show talent in one or more areas by fostering their abilities and nurturing them towards personal growth. They can become Prajnavanta. It's a heavy word, I know, but as Indians, we are talking about how just not potential, but the spiritual and divine growth that people have when they are intelligent to contribute. We're talking about that. Who can self-actualize and contribute meaningfully to the society. So, this is the bell curve. I'm sure we have always been addressing this area largely. But now we'll be talking about high intelligence and superior intelligence for today's session. Yeah. I am a part of Kaveri Gifted Education Research Center, which is in Pune. We are a part of Kaveri Group of Institutes. We have 3 schools at Baner, Lohegaon, and Nagar. It's a normal school, but we also work with children who have learning disability and also children who are gifted and talented. So the areas that we focus on is gifted identification, nurturing and talent development. When we talk about nurturing, we are always looking at academic,
because every school is always focusing on children who are gifted and talented in academics. We're also looking at talent, those who are in sports, who are in dance, in singing, even that is a high ability. So we're looking at that as well. Counseling and mentoring, teacher training, because one of the main areas हमें जरूरत है कि हम टीचर्स को हैंडल करें, बिकॉज टीचर्स आर द फर्स्ट वंस इन द स्कूल जिसके साथ बच्चों की पहचान होती है. अगर टीचर्स उनके साथ जब इंटरेक्ट करते हैं और टीचर्स का अवेयरनेस है तो उन्हें और अच्छी तरह से गाइड कर सकते हैं. दैट्स व्हाट वी फील. So we've screened about 10,000 students. This is about 12 years of work. We have done probably in Pune, but they are working exclusively only with gifted. But we are looking at inclusion in a regular school. We are identifying and nurturing children, about 750 of them. We have trained about more than 500 teachers, and we have guided about 1,500 families. We have a virtual parent support group. Means parents across India connect with us to share and discuss children and their issues. Our associations is the European Talent Point, Global Mentoring, World Council for Gifted and Talented. We have presented papers in 2 of their work conferences. Last year we were in Japan looking at the Asia Pacific, and in the coming year we'll be addressing research paper. कोई नया सब्जेक्ट जब हम करते हैं, गिफ्टेडनेस इज नॉट नया, बट स्टिल जब तक हम रिसर्च नहीं करते हैं हम आवाज स्ट्रांगली एडवोकेट नहीं कर सकते. सो बहुत मुश्किल से बाकी कामों के साथ वी डू रिसर्च सो दैट वी कैन बिकम एडवोकेट्स. So this is the certification if we do training from KGRC that we get. This is along with European Talent Search Network. Like they already mentioned, we are very happy and privileged that we are a part of the core committee from Pradhan Mantri Innovative Learning Program, and NCERT is designing a B.Ed course so that along with learning empowerment and visual and learning disability, they also will be designing a course on giftedness. So that shows that India is really very progressive. It looks very slow behind the scenes, बहुत कुछ काम चल रहा है. So what is giftedness basically और बुद्धिमान? जैसे हम बता रहे थे, we are only talking about abilities जहाँ पे children उनके क्लास से आगे, मतलब 3rd standard का बच्चा है तो 4th 5th के लेवल तक वो सोच के वो काम कर सकता है या उसको आवड़. I mean he is very interested. It can be math, science, it can be languages, it can be social sciences, it can be leadership, it can be emotions, it can be sports, art, any form. So before I take you on this journey, I'd like that अपने अपने जिंदगी में आप सोचो कि कोई ना एक तो ऐसे होगा जो आप उनको नहीं समझ सकते. वो आपको ऐसे लगता है जब भी आप मिलेंगे कुछ तो नया बोलते हैं, कुछ हटके बात करते हैं और हमें लगता है ये इंडिविजुअल थोड़ा डिफरेंट है. I want you to think about that person and you feel that उनको हमें समझने के लिए कभी-कभी थोड़ा और जरूरत लगती है. So like I said, when we talk about gifted, क्योंकि अपना देश एजुकेशन के हिसाब से देखता है, परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से देखता है, हमें एकेडमिक्स ही समझना आता है. जो फर्स्ट आता है वही होशियार है. So I'm going to talk about certain myths also later, but more so we are talking about looking any child who is above that age and is showing any kind of talent or ability should be acknowledged as educators. तो उनको अलग तरीके से थोड़ा nurturing लगता है, उसके लिए we need to look at them. So like we said, it can be in language, art, science, it could be sports, drawing, instruments, leadership. It's a very strange thing. जब हम स्कूल में जाते हैं और एक 20 बच्चों के साथ अगर कुछ काम करना चाहते हैं, बिना कुछ चॉइस किए एक कोई तो बच्चा रहेगा, ठीक है सर लाइन में लगा, मेरे पीछे चलो. कोई बोलता भी नहीं है कि कहाँ से आया. Leadership, right? Why the other 8 are not doing this child? Because the child has that ability, is already confident, right? If we encourage a child and say, wow, you can be a leader. And I've noticed that post-COVID, we had children who are in senior KG and all. They're coming crying first time to school after 2 years
And then we are going very kindly talking to them and saying like, why are you crying? Can I sit with you? किसी ने बताया क्या कि be empathetic? These are people who are empathetic leaders. So that means they are ahead. कौन expect करता है 4.5-year-old child to be understanding for another child? So these are things that we need to really look and observe. So what really happens is that सबको फूल दिखते हैं, उसमें कुछ अलग नहीं दिखता. बीच में कई बच्चे होते हैं जो थोड़ा जूम करके देखते हैं और कई बहुत कम बच्चे रहते हैं जिनको उससे भी ज्यादा दिखता है. और जिस बच्चे को ये ज्यादा दिखता है वो ये वाले लोग समझ नहीं सकते क्योंकि वो बोलते हैं ये इतना खोल के क्या देख रहे हो, फूल ही तो है, right? That's where the difference is. So what are the differences that exist? Advanced language ability, right? Vocabulary, curiosity, क्यों. It's not that child is doing it only up to 4 or 5 years, उसके बाद उसकी curiosity कम होता है. ये lifelong curiosity रहता है. So giftedness is not 6 months, 1 year वाला game. It is a lifelong. कभी-कभी वो down होता है, वापस आता है, but it is always there. हम ये नहीं बोल सकते कि मैं गिफ्टेड फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में थी, थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड में गिर गई, फिर फिफ्थ स्टैंडर्ड में हो गई, ऐसा नहीं होता है. It's continuous. They are problem solvers, strong memory. They are able to remember a lot. They prefer older people. You know why? Because they can relate to them and have a conversation. Highly creative, imaginative, and high energy level. High energy sometimes, later we'll talk, can be misunderstood as hyperactive. Yeah. So as an educator, यहाँ पे confusion होता है. बच्चे जो bright है और gifted. Bright बच्चे कैसे होते हैं? They know the answers. उनके interest भी रहता है. Very attentive, has good ideas. They work hard, listen with interest. 6 to 8 repetitions. 8 बार पढ़ने के बाद उनको समझ में आता है, but अच्छा करते हैं. Understands and enjoys. But gifted बच्चे कैसे रहते हैं? ये सेट है. They ask questions, highly curious. अगर उनको एक काम सौंपा दिया, मतलब दिल जान डाल के करेंगे. आपको बोलने की जरूरत नहीं रहता है. Even if it is 10, 11 o'clock, they can trouble the parent and say, I need this because I have to be perfect and I have an idea. But another child will say, मेरे को बस project खत्म करना है, तुम करो, मैं करूँ, मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता. But gifted child say, नहीं, मलाच करायचे, only I have to do it, right? And they look like they are playing around. Many times parents will say, no, पता नहीं, एक ही time उसने read किया, ऐसे 80-90 कैसे आ रहा है? क्योंकि the child absorption is so easy and it stays, excellent memory, right? So it stays with them. तो ऐसे बच्चों को parents क्या बोलते हैं? तुम वो normal बच्चे के साथ 5 घंटा क्यों पढ़ाई नहीं कर रहे हो? मतलब imagine the trauma of that child कि मेरे को तो 5 मिनट में समझ में आ रहा है, 1.5 घंटा इसी को देखने में क्या जरूरत है? But then when parents don't understand, they will still push them and say, तुम बैठो. तो बच्चा क्या करता होगा वहाँ पे? स्टोरी लिखता होगा, कुछ तो उसके मन में चलती होगी. So many things really happen. You will see that they are able to do it in 1 or 2 repetitions, and they also prefer adults. So this is really very important to understand कि bright बच्चा कौन है और gifted कौन है. ये तो आप लोग सब जानते हैं, कभी ना कभी हमने देखा है, right? तारे ज़मीन पे, we have seen idiots and wake up set, and we've seen all of them are different, and they also seem to have one area that they're doing extremely well, and एक area में they are struggling. और हमें समझ में नहीं आता because as people हम वो strength को नहीं देखते हैं, हम वो weakness को ही देखते हैं, struggle को ही देखते हैं, और वो बोलते हैं ये बच्चा आगे नहीं जाने वाला, right? और वही बच्चा स्कूल जाने के बाद एक CEO of a company, entrepreneur, then teacher will say, अरे वो ऐसे ही था. But ऐसा था तो why can't we pay attention to the child during school? Why are we not giving them that flexibility and allowance?
I was born gifted.
It was
wasn't something that my mommy or daddy choose for me, and definitely not something I choose for myself. Most things I learn very easily and quickly, and some things just make sense in my mind, so I don't need taught. Like when you see food on a plate, I see energy, I see nutrients, I see vitamins. And you turn your PS4 to play a game, I'm thinking how to design the tallest game ever. My mind is just spinning and spinning, like the disc in the console. When you watch the waves of the ocean and thinking about the moon, it is gravitational pull on the earth. I want to read my little bee light on the moon. I also want to build a huge sandcastle. I want to water, jump, and play. I might put my clothes on backwards. I might still need help with my shoes. I'm not perfect. I don't always follow the rules. I may not even get straight A's. I might be a picky eater because some foods feel funny in my mouth and I don't like it. I might overreact when someone is touching me and I'm not expecting it. Yes, I'm smart. Yes, I'm advanced. Yes, I talk very well for my age. It's not always a wanted part. It's hard to find friends sometimes. Some kids my age don't understand me. They want to play with the toy airplane. And they look at me funny when I mention air pressure and how it helps airplanes fly. Other parents don't want to listen to mommy telling them about the things I do. Because they think she's bratty. The accuser of howling, because there's no way loaded like me to know that much myself. Sometimes it's hard being gifted, but it's really a gift. I get to learn all kinds of things. I get to read books and ask questions. I can understand the world and help people too. I am a natural leader. I am unique. I am talented. I am gifted.
So that kind of tells everything that I wanted to share. So beautifully done, and it's done by Americans. I want an Indian kid there because we have so many Indian children, and every time we have such videos, we think it's happening somewhere else. No, it happens even in India. We have many of them. So we're going to talk about अपने मन में ऐसे what are the myths that really run? हाँ, गलत फहमियां जो होती हैं हमें, वो क्या है? एक तो gifted child popular है, right? And well adjusted. It's not true. Do you agree with me? Yeah. And we also feel they don't need help. ऐसे लगता है उनको जरूरत नहीं है, उनको बहुत जरूरत है because they're highly sensitive, right? And they are also perfectionist. मतलब वो submit कभी नहीं करेंगे कुछ. And then they will be, you know that वो क्लास में अच्छे हैं, मगर मार्क्स नहीं दिखते हैं, और then you get confused. ये बच्चा कैसे gifted है? So you will see that they have poor grades sometimes. We cannot have the same curriculum that we do for normal children. Sometimes we need to really advance the curriculum. And gifted education requires abundance of resources. That also is the myth. You don't. They are so curious. I sometimes feel that more than technology and books, if they have somebody who can have a mature dialogue and stimulate their thinking, that itself is really good enough for them. So ये बच्चे क्लास में कैसे रखते हैं? Just what will be, they'll appear distracted. क्योंकि अगर वो already मालूम है, what do you think the child is going to do? It's going to go look here and there, and you will not like it because that is a child who is distracted and it hurts you. कि ये बच्चा मेरा क्यों नहीं सुन रहा है? It's because the child is born, needs challenging activity. May distract others, that means they need to be engaged. Yeah. May usually be quiet in class or appear anxious, that means they need to be also accepted. And lastly, I know more. जब ऐसे फीलिंग आता है तो हमें लगता है ये बच्चे को ये क्लास में होनी नहीं चाहिए, ये बहुत अगाऊ बच्चा है, इसको सब कुछ मालूम है, स्कॉलर है, थिंकर है. You don't want such a child because the child is challenging for me as a teacher. They also see that they can challenge adults very easily because they don't see you as an adult at all. They just see you as you're telling me an information, I don't accept it. So I have every right to tell you that this is wrong. They will critically evaluate. They don't like routine, and sometimes you will see that they are underachievers. क्योंकि एक बच्चे ने बताया 10th standard के लिए come for counseling and he said कि मुझे मालूम है जो मैं लिखने वाला हूँ. Teacher knows that I know. फिर मुझे इतना बड़ा पेज क्यों लिखना है? 4 points में क्यों नहीं लिख सकता? You'll have to explain that 4 points से तुमको 10th board में marks नहीं मिलेंगे. You will have to write. So sometimes these are routine for them. They say, Kashala, why do I write 2 pages? It's so boring. I don't need to do it. So now we're going to come to this aspect of gifted educators. उन्हें क्या नहीं करना है? Classical thing is gifted child. बहुत होशियार बच्चे के साथ हम क्या करते हैं? एकदम not होशियार बच्चे के साथ बिठाते हैं, बोले तुम समझाओ. I mean, it's an insult to that child. क्योंकि वो बच्चा, शताब्दी जैसा भाग रहा है, उसको एक बैलगाड़ी या मेल ट्रेन के साथ बिठाते हो, और ये बच्चा बोलता है कि जो मुझे समझ में आता है, इसको क्यों समझ में नहीं आ रहा है? एक तो मैं पागल हूँ. They never blame the other child. They'll say that I think I don't understand. So it's an insult. So it's not. I've had students who said, coming back home and telling their parents, I think I'm dumb because my teacher keeps asking me to go and sit with that girl and ask to support. So you give mixed messages, So that's the classical thing we should not do. Label child, show off, know it all, hyperactive, बच्चे के सामने, पेरेंट्स के साथ, एक टीचर से दूसरे टीचर वही मैसेज जाता है. You don't even discover the child. You're only looking at the label, which is not right. Assume that they don't need support. They do not need support. Giving them extra work मतलब क्या? ज़्यादा worksheets. That is not giving them work. If a child knows to do additions, he wants to go into multiplication, give multiplication. You can't give 3 digits, 4 digits, 5 digits, more worksheets. That's again a no-no for the child. Ignoring the child's ideas and questions. कभी-कभी silly ideas होते हैं, उनके अच्छे नहीं हैं, और वो भी बच्चे हैं, उनको हमें अच्छी तरीके से विचार करने के लिए थोड़ा help करना चाहिए कि you are thinking in this, can you go to the next level? We have to ask questions so that they know how to go complex. Just because they are gifted, that doesn't mean they know how to do everything perfectly on their own. And we also have to see that they are very awkward socially. उनको दूसरों के साथ बात करने के लिए बहुत तकलीफ होती है. They feel that they mundane, hi, hello, they don't like. They want to go to the mudda and have a conversation, and they feel very awkward. They don't like going for social events. They say, what am I going to do there? Same thing, you ask them to come here or someplace where they'll get extra information, they'll come. So role of a teacher is creating a creative curriculum, to be a mentor, and also into training and advocacy. So gifted require an environment that is conducive to explore, encourage, and you have to break the ceiling to discover and innovate. Because we have a ceiling effect in all our schools. We need to break that. So As we are all educators in special education and related areas, I felt that we need to definitely look at twice exceptional. Children who are gifted and talented who have disabilities are called twice exceptional. That means they are gifted, but they also have a disability. So the disability can be in different stages. You could have an ADHD, giftedness and ADHD, giftedness with learning disability, giftedness with autism spectrum, with physical challenges, and some even with mental health issues. Yeah. So at such points, like we said, हम हर समय weakness देखते हैं, उनका gift नहीं देखते हैं. The gift में अगर देखेंगे, you will find that many of them will mask it so beautifully. Like you won't even know the child has a disability. They are so smart because of their intelligence, but they are struggling. And if we can help them, in fact, they'll do much better than other. They'll do themselves much better. So we're going to take a little bit and talk about it. I think most of you know about ADHD, but I'm just going to run through with this. Difficulties organizing thoughts, appear distracted, get bored easily, daydreaming. So how does giftedness look with ADHD? You will see that having joint attention is a problem for them. That means to sit with someone and walk through a conversation is difficult. They can do it alone, but not with somebody else. So due to the inattention, they face difficulties of reading, writing and math skills. They cannot think of consequences. कि अगर मैं ये नहीं करूँ तो मेरा क्या होगा? That connection is not there, and therefore they struggle. And it's really very frustrating कि potential है, but कैसे दिखाना है? How do I go about it? The child is really struggling. With learning disability, you know that it's a discrepancy between students' intelligence and achievement. They fail to take social cues. They do not perform at the grade level due to their disability. LD, they mask. You will see overconfident kids who will say, "Abhi aaj to with technology, spelling mistakes can be checked. They know how to do the grammar. They have calculators to do things differently." So children find ways of how they can cope with their learning problems. But what we see sometimes is they are forgetful and disorganized, but they'll still be smart enough to do it. So in schools, they exhibit remarkable talents and strengths, thinking, reasoning, vocabulary, speaking, knowledge, information. All of that you will be able to see verbally or in actions. But if you have to see handwriting, spelling, organizing, reading, all of that could be a problem for them. So, like we said, such children are called twice exceptional. Challenges faced by parents is understanding if the denial is there. I think all of us agree the struggle mainly is denial of any of the disabilities. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses, finding suitable school that matches the needs, that is a huge challenge. School to school, we always struggle, and managing the emotion and social needs. I feel that I had a parent who had come and she was talking how she is, and she's a doctor. So she's categorized her day in such a way that she's able to spend 2 hours with the child and is emotionally drained. मतलब संध्याकाळी येऊन त्यांच्याबरोबर बसून time to time sitting and checking, doing the spelling, everything is so exhausting. She was literally in tears and not able to appreciate that the child actually is so smart, speaks to people with confidence, will not be able to talk about their academic, but otherwise the child is well informed. Instead of celebrating that, the parent was only saying that उसको लिखना नहीं आता, उसको trouble है पढ़ने के लिए. I'm like saying the child is now 10 years old. 25 में आपको ऐसे लगता है कि वो problem होगा? They find different ways, they can survive. But overburdening emotionally by the parent pulls even the child and the family. Sarka, the parent will be saying, iske liye ye karna hai, iske liye ye karna hai. And the morale of the family always goes down. How to keep them engaged meaningfully. Today, though, every parent, normal or otherwise, always saying, how do I engage the child? I feel giving play and unstructured time, thoda to time pass karne ke liye chodo. Not with the mobile, but otherwise. Unstructured time is really very important. जब बीच के phase में एकदम शांति. When you go to tea and you come back, you are fresh, no? It's like that. Give the child a break. The child will come back. Believe in it. Collaborating with school staff and special educators, balancing therapy, co-curricular activities, and professional help. One more Indian parent does is that if they have to give extra burden, they take away all the extracurricular activities. एक जो खुशी है जिंदगी में खेलने का, नाचने का, गाने का, वो निकाल देंगे. Child, then where will the child feel positive to go ahead? So parents also have to be realistic, and we as educators have to tell them it's okay. When I have a girl who's in front of my house doing her 10th grade, and mother saying नहीं नहीं अभी एक ही महीना है, मैं उसको बुलाती हूँ, मेरे घर आ जाओ, टीवी डालती हूँ, जुम्बा कर, आधा घंटा, 20 minutes, it's okay. And she says, आंटी बहुत अच्छा लगा. I'm like, I also know what are you going to do. बैठे बैठे किताब खोल के क्या करने वाले हो? Immediately 20 minutes में उसकी माँ, I said, हाँ ना. She'll come. Where is she going? मेरे घर में ही आई है. तुम तो नीचे भी नहीं छोड़ रहे हो. इतना ऐसे 10th 12th के लिए ऐसे रखा है कि बन मस्का के लिए भी ब्लिंकिट आया. मैंने बोला नीचे जाके go. I mean, not even end of the street. She couldn't go. Why are we pampering where we shouldn't be pampering? So, what is the intervention? You're all familiar. We need a team, a village to help us, and that's why I think this wonderful NCED is there, where we are bringing all of us together to see how we can work together. Because you need occupational therapists, you need special educators, you need sensory integration people, all of them to work together to make this possible. So one of the things we need to remember is to take child regularly for sessions, being extremely patient. I mean, I am working along with some special educators, teaching them on counseling skills. उसमें ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बताती हूँ, बस patience और आप शांत रहो, तो बच्चा अपने आप कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाएगा. Because we have an agenda कि आज 45 minutes में ये सिखाना ही है. अरे किसने बोला यार? आज नहीं हुआ तो नहीं हुआ. आप भी कहाँ हर दिन दाल थोड़ी देते हो? बोर हो जाता है ना, कुछ और करते हो ना. So what we do, we have privileges adults. We have to do that for the children also. Be strong, patient with them. Don't forget academics के साथ extracurricular activities is very important. And also see that you always do and work with RCA registered people. We have a lot of people who are professional, and I know RCA comes with certain credentials. So we have to educate people to say that please look out for people who are with that. And when we are working with all of these, don't forget the other sibling. इतना ध्यान देते हैं ये बच्चे के साथ कि वो नॉर्मल बच्चा है या दूसरा बच्चा है, उसके साथ ध्यान ही नहीं देते. ऐसा नहीं है. सब बच्चे प्यारे हैं. As a mother or as an educator, we need to pay attention to both. If I ask something for this child, I need to ask this child as well. You cannot, because I know that other child comes for counseling and says, my mother is paying attention only to him or her. That's not right. Right? Yes, with that, I'd like to say that these are the books that we have come up with. This book, I know there are a lot of Western books in terms of giftedness. Last year we had an international conference at Kaveri group of institutes, and we thought that academic book na hote hue ek simple reading book for Indian parents and educators. So that's Nurturing Buddhiman Children, and these two are for advanced math and science that we have done. So thank you. Any questions? In time, right? Yes.
Ma'am, excellent paper. I like it very much, and I have a lot of take home from this.
Thank you so much.
That being said, I have two things to ask you. And one of them you did mention, saying that you had put a Western child in the video. You would have been definitely because it was an Indian child in this context. And hopefully next time you must be able to put an Indian child with the same kind of.
I hope so. It's difficult to convince Indian parents. I thought about it. I've been working in this field for the last 15 years. And when I ask parents, and it's a lovely answer. As Indians, we also are humble and humility है. मेरा बच्चा अगाऊ और टीवी में नहीं दिखना चाहिए, तो हम नहीं डालेंगे. वो भी है.
You can come up large.
I know. I'll work on it definitely. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
because I'm so particular about that when I present papers.
Yeah.
You need to show your children why go to the West always. Okay, that's one point. One more thing that I wanted to know is, have you come across a case where you find a child has a gift, but because it has been unidentified, the child uses the gift?
Loses the gift, nahi, will not be able to show up to the potential. Right?
But does it always exist in the child?
Yes, of course it exists, because it's not like use disuse. It's not like that. It's there and it is searching for opportunity to come out. So that is one. Second is they are always in doubt because उनको मालूम है मैं होशियार हूँ बाकी बच्चों से, but nobody is telling them. They are only putting them down. So they are very confused कि मैं सचमुच होशियार हूँ या मैं ऐसे दिखा रहा हूँ. So they are very confused. That's why identification, giving them the confidence is really very important. The minute you tell them that yes, you have parents. I have some parents who says after the testing and all that, please don't tell my bacha will become agao. Bacha already agao aahe. Now what do you mean agao aahe? Because the child knows. Before the teacher completes, I'm answering. That means I know it. I just want somebody to say yes, you are what you are. After some time that agaopan goes and curiosity starts. But we don't give that yes. It does happen. Does it answer you?
Okay, thank you.
This was fantastic. I can see a lot of my friends in the slides. My question to you is, a lot of the people in the audience are working with deaf and hard of hearing children, hearing impaired children. And language learning is often a challenge. Not that it's not possible, it just takes a little longer with a different route. Would you speak a little bit about the role of language, particularly linguistically mediated tasks, tasks that require language, and how it shows up in giftedness? Or just, language.
So you're asking something where there's so many areas of giftedness. This is a very niche. But if I can just, whatever I understand, I can share. I've recently started working with, we have a virtual All India Parent Support Group. It's a very, what do you call it? Unless and until we know that the child is gifted, comes with, a testing and all that, we don't allow the parent to do it. Because otherwise there's a lot of confusion there. That is one. Second is that we have a strong group in Bangalore which works with TUI. Parents are the strongest advocates. Jahan pe all these areas exist. And the struggle is, again, it is like hathi mein kuch naak kaan types. One person will work only with the ears, the other one works, and there's no coordination. And that's where the parent is at loss. See, agar hearing impairment there, then the speech therapist and that person knows. But that person will not know the gifted angle. Then if you know the gifted angle, then doesn't know technology angle to support the child with that. So that's where very recently, just about a month back, I had started having a conversation with them. I'm not a special educator in that sense, but I strongly, passionately believe helping children is really very important. So we're trying to create a group where, because Western country already has that system. Once you are into this, you go meet a special educator, you meet this one, this one, this one. They have, we don't have. Parent has to go knocking. So we want to create that. That is one. Second is working with schools. I know I visited Gateway in Mumbai and Atman Academy and all of them. But they are working with such 0.00 level. And they're doing good work, but they also need to, see, the problem with such groups is that we're so overwhelmed, we can't even do advocacy and do, then the outreach doesn't happen. So we need more hands, more people to step in to help. And I know for sure with the kind of technology and everything that is happening, there is so much, if flexibility happens in schools, this is also possible. That definitely needs to. But kya hai, one will not accept the other. There's rigidity. School will say, why put them in a special school. That parent will say, अरे उसको already समझ में आता है. नहीं, अपने teacher को time नहीं है individually to handle. To have an extra teacher there in the school will say, so the all lots of logistics are there. So these are the issues. But I feel that if it's good that we have such forums and we keep talking, because I'm sure people connect and see differently, we'll be able to put it together. But parent advocates are really very, very important.
Any specific area of does the giftedness comes with the specific area, or in all the areas the giftedness is visible?
So some will show only in specific areas and some will show in all areas.
And then how to balance out that if one particular area, like mathematical science or something, is highly gifted, whereas the language or any other area where the child is lacking, how, what can you suggest in this?
So we talk to the parent and the child and ask them actually what direction they want to focus on. And we guide parents by saying, like classical question will say, maths में इतना होशियार है, there will be language teacher say इसमें तो होशियार ही नहीं है. So instead of putting it down like that, एक ही बच्चे के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं और हम, why are we not celebrating that the child is good at something? Why are we pulling that down? I mean, I had this conversation. I'm standing and I'm looking at the sheet of screening. I says, wow, this child is so brilliant in numerical ability. And ये बच्चा ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? ये हमारे क्लासमेट तो एकदम पीछे है. That should not happen. We should be able to tell that that child is good in this. What can the child do minimal to sustain? That's important. Because it's a lot of pressure. Imagine एक साइड में गाड़ी बहुत तेज से चल रही है, दूसरी में पीछे है, जो मिनिमम लगता है उतना तो लेके आएंगे ना. But they don't see like that. Everybody is saying इधर तक है तो इसको भी उधर तक ही लेके जाओ. Now that's asking too much for a child. Because the child is definitely not interested in language. The child is interested in that or any other. So we have to look and balance, and that's why psychologists really play a very crucial role to say how can we look at the strength and balance the areas of concern. Thanks.
Sorry. I've always heard that autistic children are exceptional in a specific area, which I have also experienced. And that's one part of the story and what your response to it. And one more question. Giftedness, as you started explaining, you're talking about the giftedness plus visibility and plain giftedness. Do you find what percentage of children with giftedness have an additional disability? Do you have some kind of a study on that?
Not yet. In India, not yet. As such, in a population, we take 10% are gifted, 10 to 15 if you stretch. Yeah. In India, we wouldn't want to look only at 98 and 99. We take up to 94 percentile, let's say 95 percentile, if you say. So in a classroom of 40, you might get at least 5 to 7. Like I said, yeah. So sometimes if you get more, then we say, I always talk it like today, this year is a good crop, this year is a bad crop. So you might find 5 to 6 kids, but these 5 to 6 kids might have all these multiple areas. Some might be excellent in all, some might be just in one subject, some might be in one or two, and some might be even underachiever. Who is so perfect will never complete anything and will always believe that I'm not good enough. So you have to work on the motivation and all that. So each one has different needs basically. And some will be the silent one who's exceptionally in visual art and apne ko pata bhi nahi chalega. That also is there. Because we have so many, I mean India's, we have such a huge population that also makes it very difficult. If I'm paying attention here, I'm using 3 kids here. So how do I pay attention to all the kids?
So we have one question. Yes, yes. She has a question.
Oh, okay. Okay, sir. Yeah.
So I have a question regarding all the things that we just talked about. Thank you so much. The session was really nice. So looking out of that, I'm really curious to know is कि बहुत सारे like when we talk about giftedness, तो उसमें how many deaf people are there, and if there, so how many girls or boys, or how the special educators can teach them, or how can they manage it?
I'm really overwhelmed and thank you so much. Mainly because first like this grade school में identify करते करते मैं थक गई. अभी next level is disability. I'm trying to join hands with different people to do that. We don't know the statistics mainly because we need to start working with agencies who will give us the statistics and also understand giftedness. So right now, what we are working on is building awareness and sensitization to educators, teachers, and parents. So whenever we get an opportunity, we are trying to talk to them because this, it's like everybody knows giftedness, but still they really don't. That itself is a huge, that's why what government is doing is really good. They have now started wanting to screen 200 children, work with 200 as a sample across the 4 zones in India, and then multiply it, hopefully. By the time we do that 2047 Viksit Bharat ke liye, hopefully, I mean, that's an ambitious project, but we are all looking at that. Basically. Does that answer? Yes.
Excellent.
In India, we believe, we totally believe that. Family and divinity.
Take home, there are many take home messages. There is time for internalization and reflection. What I suggest, all of you just close your eyes in all 10, 15 or 20 years of your teaching experience. Think about those children who are very special. Every school, every class, every, whatever counseling we are done, one-on-one teaching, you know they are there. Only thing is, we did not guide them properly, appropriately, because our motto was language. And did not give enough weightage for non-verbal activities. But with now new era, digital medium, lot of things are there, one can think about it. I personally know 2 of my clients who are cochlear implantees, but academically very poor performer and excellent photographer. One is has won various awards in wildlife, and the other one is in fashion designing, fashion photography. And actually, he's working in Bollywood. So I asked him, is it very challenging? So now he says, I have no problem. I show the photographs and I get the job. Because he's so confident. He is a high achiever in that way. That is something. But have we given this opportunity? Now, A, our school system does not permit, and B, we need to explain to the parents.
And we were not trained.
Yeah.
Not feel guilty about this. We were not trained.
No, that's okay. But now there are different avenues open for us also. Even at the age of 50 and 70 or whatever you can learn, and just do the hand holding. I missed it, but now I know something. And digital medium has given lot of opportunities to these children. So gifted children are around us. We fail to identify, we fail to acknowledge, and we fail sort of to sympathize parents also, because they had lot of stress. So now take home message is, whatever in your school system you have some sessions with the families. Explain them it's okay. Don't have the guilt that language is not there, oral language. Language is there, oral language will not be there. It's all right. There are so many different ways, because what is something family is looking for, self-reliance. And if we really help them help the stand alone for this, a child becomes a self-reliant, that itself is a big achievement. Yes, his talent itself is a credibility. So lot of good things we can do. Thank you very much. You have given new eyesight to us. It's really, everybody will do some reflection. Probably 5 years from now, we will have one session about high achievers. And those people will give the presentation here. What I have learned, so sort of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think if you give case studies from your own field also, we can put together and make it to a book. Because the more we document, people become more aware. So, I mean, you can always take this one from Smita ji. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. Now I request Dr. Kalyani Manke, ma'am, to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Devasena Desai ma'am. Big round of applause, please. Now I request Aarti Umadkar ma'am to offer a token of gratitude to Dr. Kalyani Manke ma'am. Now I request Mridula ma'am to present a token of gratitude to Aarti Umadkar ma'am, please. Thank you so much. Now I request Poonam Matre ma'am to announce about the post test. Good evening, everyone. Post test, you all are aware, CRE for CRE, post test is very essential. So I'm right away sending the link in the form of Google form. So you please complete this post test, and those who are not present right now or waiting out, just convey this message that they have to fill it up. All the 3 days post test is required for CRE points. So here it is sent to the participants group. आ गया? मिल गया? मिळालं? नाही? मॅडम तुम्ही पार्टिसिपंट्सच्या ग्रुपमध्ये आहात ना? आलो? प्लीज इथेच भरा, नंतर विसरून जाल. आणि हे खूप एसेन्शियल आहे, मग नंतर कंप्लेंट्स येतील की नाही भरलो. आणि अटेंडन्स 3 दिवस कंपल्सरी आहे, दोन्ही वेळच्या सिग्नेचर्स महत्त्वाच्या आहेत. प्लीज सिग्नेचर्स करताना चुका करू नका, because it is so difficult to get the copies again and again. We are not in the R institute, we are at some other place, so the access to the supplies is also limited. And it's so difficult to do the things again and again. So please read your name carefully, do the signature, and be responsible for your own CR points. Okay? Thank you so much. दहा तारखेला पुसाळकर स्वरनाथ उरवडे इथे आपली व्हिजिट होणार आहे. तेव्हा सगळ्यांना विनंती आहे की त्या दिवशी सगळ्यांनी प्रेझेंट राहावं. And for tomorrow again we are meeting here at 8:30 sharp. We are starting with delicious breakfast at 8:30 a.m. Hope you will be on time. 3 days attendance is compulsory, as Madam had said. And thank you for the patient listening. Thank you so much. Tomorrow we will meet at 8:30. Thank you.
Yeah. बरं चालते तुम्ही व्हिडिओ फोटो करून लावला फोटो पण काढला इकडं इकडचं आणि इकडचं दोन्ही घेऊन